in at that kind of speed, and that's kind of what they're putting their bodies through. For those of you who use those wobble boards in the gym, I think that's a sort of a fair idea. It's like a wobble board magnified by 1,000 going down the side of a very, very steep mountain. We're going to look at that very, very steep mountain in just a moment's time. But what in general, before we get the men's singles underway, are we looking for here today after what we saw yesterday, Mark?
I think today we have the weather in Winterberg that is always a little bit against optimal sliding until after Christmas. Now, Winterberg, they stepped into the breach, as it were, when Eagles in Austria were unable to run the first World Cup because of their renovations. But that is where the problem lies for the later starters today. It's going to be really interesting to see how this track holds up. We'll see the temperatures soon, but that's going to be something. But when we say this race doesn't count, this World Cup doesn't count, you're absolutely right. It doesn't count for Olympic qualification points. But where it does count, a lot of these teams, this is still a qualification for their national teams for the Olympics. So I don't think we're going to, definitely based on yesterday, we're not going to see a lack of intensity today.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, that wasn't the suggestion at all in terms of saying that more of a technicality. Of course, it counts towards the World Cup as well, so that's absolutely vital. Now, absolutely was watching this routine with some fascination yesterday, but we'll take a look at the course first of all. This is our course at Winterberg, and as I said yesterday, I know there's an awful lot of big luge fans watching, and you're very welcome, of course, but we do want to try and grab people from outside the sport and get them interested. That's why we have the big build up here. We're going to have an animation in a moment. It is here right now. It's worth remembering that this is where the course is. It's worth remembering that we are going down the side of a mountain, that we're not in some sort of sanitized car park somewhere. This is serious. This is very close to nature. There are 15 corners, and you're going to see just how steep and how difficult it is. And in a moment, we're going to get a treat because Mark is going to do a POV and show us down the course. But this is the course. This is where they go. You can see that big Veltinskreisel, the 270-degree turn. Then they get down towards the bottom into the labyrinth. We saw so many problems in the labyrinth. It felt yesterday is where the race was going to be won and lost. And here, Mark, is the POV. Talk us through it.
Off we go from the top, from the men's start. And this is definitely a German looking at the suit and just going through curve 0 and into the first curve, curve 1. Now this is one of the most important curves on the track is curve 2 because it's uphill. So it's really important that the athletes are driving uphill for as little of that curve as possible. They need to turn it into a downhill. Just going past corner 4 there into 5, 6, another banana skin on this course. Very easy to bump on there early, and that makes this Veltinskreisel that we're going into incredibly challenging on the exit. From Kreisel into 8 and into the signature curve on this track, curve 9, 10 combination. It's almost like it's one curve. There's 9, there's 10. You missed it almost. And then we're into 11. Big right-hander and the labyrinth. Labyrinth goes so quick, 138 kilometers an hour, top speed through there, and that huge uphill finish curve, which trips up so many of our athletes if they make a mistake there, and then cross a finish line, sit up, and your body acts like an air brake. You pull up on the front of the sled, because remember, these sleds have no brakes. And then the weather. So 3.8 degrees centigrade. Now that's pretty warm out, and you can see the ice temperature is minus 3.2. So what that means is the refrigeration plant is working overtime to make this ice hard and good for racing. But the problem we may see is that it's going to become a little bit frosty, and those frost molecules are going to slow down the later sleds. It's going to be an incredibly interesting race, and those early start numbers are going to be so important.
Yeah, we're going to get underway shortly with EBERSPAECHER. Remember, Italy not bringing some of their big athletes here. They're practicing instead. They're getting really used to that Milan Cortina track because, of course, it just dominates the season, the Olympic Games in Italy, which will be live with us, of course, in February. Cannot wait for that. There's a big countdown clock in the offices at Warner Brothers Discovery telling you exactly how long there is to go to the start of the Winter Olympics, such a major event for us, of course. So 30 will go, and then remember, in the second run, the top 20 will go in reverse order. So effectively what you're doing here from the 30 is trying to get yourself a good position, and for some of those athletes lower down in terms of expectations, you're trying to get into that top 20. Goodness me, you have to be brave to be up early in the cold with whatever comedy raincoat to cover you. You have to be here, brave to be out early and cheering everyone on. And of course, each athlete has their own little fan club as well, which is tremendous to see. And the atmosphere is going to build, of course, throughout the day once people start emerging on a Saturday. It is, after all, the weekend. Keep those ears covered is always very, very good advice. A nice observation platform there. You get a really good view of the course and a really good view of one of the biggest coats I think I've ever seen. So, back to the world of sanity, back to the sport, away from big coats, onto big athletes. Luge is going to get things underway. He's a 21-year-old, the soldier from South Tyrol, that hotbed, of course, of luge. 8th in the Nations Cup here in January, qualified for the main race then. And here he is in the main race once again, and wanting to lay down a real marker to the rest of the Italy team, to the ones who aren't here, to say, look at me, I can do it. I can provide the quality that you need. Let's see what kind of start he gets, and let's enjoy this men's singles. Pecce away, our first athlete of the day.
And what a privilege it is to see these young Italian athletes make the step up from the junior ranks into the World Cup ranks. Very smooth around curve 2 there, that important curve where it really sets the tone for the rest of the run as he goes past the double start into curve 5. And this is where the first tricky part of this track is, this transition from 5 to 6, but does that beautifully, just falling off 6 a little bit. He just saw the exit wasn't quite as smooth as it could have been, but he's keeping great position on the sled, and he's putting down quite a heater for the first sled today. 9-10, looking smooth through there, and 11, nice flat line through 11. That's going to set him up well for the labyrinth. And that's one of the best labyrinths we've seen since yesterday. And yesterday we saw so many mistakes through there. 52.608 to open up the scoring.
Yeah, great to have you talk him down there, Mark. That's tremendous from Lukas Pecce. Always the pressure, of course, of going first. Pecce, job done. We'll see if it's good enough for him to get into that top 20 to see him again.
See, just goes a little high in the entrance to Kreisel there and causing that little loop, but deals with it really well. And that was a very, very clean run from Lukas Pecce. No nerves to see there at all.
I really enjoy the reactions because they tell you an awful lot. He wasn't crazy about it, was he? We were, praising him, and he was, yeah, okay, yeah, it was fine, But here's Josef Nines anyway. Didn't go in the mixed singles. 13th here in Winterberg in January. 15th in that Olympic test event. Loads of experience, of course. Good, strong team, Slovakia. And Nines, our second athlete underway in these men's singles.
Josef Nines has been on the tour for nigh on 25 years now. As we say, this is an experienced sport. You pick up stuff along the way. Nines using all that experience. You see how comfortable he is on that sled, stretching out, getting good aerodynamic form.
Still in the red in terms of that Pecce time. We've got that great little map of the course as well. You can see on your screen so much really good information to give us an idea of comparative times.
He just dropped off the end of 6 back there, but he's got it back together for 19. A little high on the exit at 9 though. That's uncharacteristic for Josef Nines. Into the labyrinth, just getting thrown around a bit here. And a bit of a skid, but look at that correction. Great correction, but still in the red. Just back into second place, Nines, by 0.07 of a second.
He was in the red all the way, wasn't he? And yeah, you can see just talking himself through that little correction he had to make, and he might think that was all of the difference. A shake of the head. They are perfectionists, these athletes.
They are, and this is where he goes into the finish curve, and you see him just dropping the feet here, but it's just a little tap, just enough to stabilize the sled. Back up they come, so he doesn't lose too much speed.
So he's second of 2 at the moment. Next, the face of Andrei Manzi. We saw him in action yesterday. There's a few of these experienced athletes, because we've got Valentin Cretu to come after Manzi. Manzi certainly fills out every inch of that suit, doesn't he, these days, as he gets underway.
Manzi's such an experienced slider, and he put down such a great run yesterday. They were in the green for most of that mixed, and were very unlucky to drop a couple of places with Manzi again. One of the smoothest sliders on the circuit. This is one of the guys where, if you want to know how to drive a curve, this is one of the guys the other teams come up to watch.
He's going well. He's in the green, Manzi. Really good start to his slide here.
Then 8-9 transition, just bumping on a little early to 9, but just keeps his cool. Nothing to write home about at all. A little loopy in 11, but that should be fine as well as he's in the labyrinth. Just getting thrown around a little bit, but using all that experience as he goes round the finish curve. Beautiful flat line around the finish curve.
Comfortably the best time we've seen so far from the three athletes.
Yeah, Andrei Manzi, that finish curve was just absolutely perfect considering what went on before. And that's what I mean. It's such a sport about adapting to those mistakes. And those guys that can fix some mistakes in the curve are the ones that just keep on going and keep on climbing the leaderboard.
Big smile from Andrei. He leads the way from Peche and Ninis. And next, Valentin Cretu, those very distinctive Romanian suits. And now we saw him go really well in the Nations Cup, and then the mixed singles as well, Cretu, so he will be a threat to that Manzi time here.
Some of these smaller nations athletes, like you said, Dave, coming off the back of those medals in the Nations Cup, Valentin with a silver, I mean, that's got to give them so much confidence going into the big event, the World Cup. But look at that form, flat on the sled and good sliding through these top curves. These top curves are so important because they're so flat up top that any speed you can find in those top curves just multiply once you get out of curve 9.
We're watching a bit of an old man masterclass at the moment, aren't we, from Ninis and Manzi, and now Cretu. Still in the red though, Cretu. Don't think that Manzi time is vulnerable.
So close. Just a 10th back for Valentin Cretu. But great sliding there from Cretu. Not much to pick out of that run.
They come thick and fast, don't they? Now then, waiting. David Nursler. We just have another look at Cretu's run there.
And this is a really important point on the track, this exit of Zeal curve, the finish curve, to cut across so that you're not driving uphill. You have to time it perfectly, and that can get you so much time on this track.
Part of that super strong German team, Oberhof-based, part of the German Armed Forces sports system. Silver here in Winterberg in the men's singles behind Locke in the German championships a couple of years ago. Good form at the track. Nursler with a really good start as well.
David Nursler, 2,000ths to good on that start split, and that's going to build up as he comes down the track. But back by 200ths of a second. So Nursler's going to have to find something. That was curve 2 that trips so many of our athletes up with that tricky uphill section right at the beginning.
And it's interesting to see that course map, isn't it? We see it with the green from the start and then red following it up. Let's see what this next split says. Yeah, still outside the Manzi time. Looks a good run, doesn't it, from Manzi at the moment?
Manzi's really put down a heater, and this is definitely the time to beat. Very, very flat position going into finish curve, squeezing out every thousandths from this track, but is it going to be enough? It's not. Into second place for David Nursler.
Yeah, there'll be a touch of frustration from him. Extremely competitive German team, needless to say, with the strength that they have. Every run counts for all of these athletes, but particularly for those from those super strong countries where there's so much competition.
There you see him just bumping onto curve 4. And it's so flat up there that just scrubs away the time in the bottom of the track, and that you just bleed time as you go further and further down the track. But David Nosler, the rest of the run looking good, and lots to work on for run number 2.
So now Nico Gleicher of Austria, one of the 2 brothers, another soldier from the Austrian Army sports system. Second in Youth World Cups and Junior World Cups as that music blares out. They've all got their theme tune as they head down the course, and he is in the green here, Gleicher.
Well in the green on the start by 3/300ths, I think it was, and already a 10th to the good Nico Gleicher on Andre Manzi. See that picking up down the track, that time multiplying, now almost 2/10ths in the lead ahead of Manzi. Still some precipices to negotiate down this track, not least the signature curve 9-10 combination, but does that absolutely inch perfect. Good labyrinth. I think Manzi's time is going to fall here. 130 kilometers an hour, that's 80 miles an hour. And into the lead, Nico Gleicher by 3/10ths of a second and change.
Yeah, it was super smooth, wasn't it? Noticeably so. He'll be thrilled with that. He's going to be a big player here.
I think when you get so much positive speed off the start ramp on this track, it's so important. It's important on every track, but I feel in Winterberg, it really, really does separate the times.
Yeah, big smile from Nico, not surprisingly. Sets himself up nicely for the second run as we look at Anton Dukac, 10th in the mixed singles. Saw him in action yesterday. What can he do in the men's singles here? Let's see this start. See Gleicher's time, which was very quick. What's Dukac going to be in relation to that? Just outside it, but still a quick start, the second quickest so far.
The Ukrainian team have been really working on their summer training over the last few years, really gone from strength to strength. And Dukac, always a big starter, very, very athletic talent ID program they have as well. Little choppy through 5-6 there, though. That's going to cost him going into Kreisel, but he gets it back on track. Now this 8-9 combination is going to be critical. Just pops on to 9 a little early, gets knocked away, climbs up on the exit of 9 just a touch. Right on the edge here.
Some speed through that labyrinth, and now we can look at the times here. Dukac is going to be outside Gleicher. He's third at the moment.
With that top speed of 135 kilometers an hour. This weather's not really affecting the top speeds today. That is well over 80 miles an hour for Anton Dukac.
Big smile from his teammate Andri, who is currently ahead of him.
And those inter-team rivalries as well. And it's the beauty of the sport, you know, you have the battle for first, second and third, but you also have those inter-team battles and those battles all the way down the start list.
Знам ЗСУ, Андрюха, всіх парад. Парад Україна.
Gintsburzins, another athlete that we saw in action yesterday in the mixed singles, the Sigulda-born former youth Olympic champion. And Burzins now, who is very fast when he gets it right, just outside Gleicher's start time, but only just, 1,000th of a second.
One of the only Olympic sports timed to 1,000ths of a second, and that's the reason is you need it in this sport. The times can be so close. Good top section from Burzins, but dropping a bit of time here, back by 500ths of a second. And a bit of a skid into 6, that's going to cost him bumps onto Kreisel. Curve 8, looking like he's got his composure back into 9. 9-10, smoothly done, but a bit of a loopy 11. This is going to make it a tricky labyrinth. Getting away with it though, into the finish curve. Let's see what that top speed is, 130 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, he moves into second, so he displaces Manzi. Gleischer, though, still setting the standard here, but of course, so many athletes to come to try and set up the second run.
See that good flat position through the Veltinskreisel. Trying to make up time after that choppy 5-6 transition that he felt. You see him just looping down in 11 there. Did a great job in the labyrinth to get it back.
Big smile in the end, took a while, but we got there. Now then, another of the strong German team, Timon Grancagnolo from Saxony, part of the new wave of German luges, 10th in that Olympic test event. Someone who wants to make some noise. This is your time to start doing so, young man. The 22-year-old gets underway. Again, let's look at that super fast Gleischer start, just outside in Grancagnolo, 6th in fact.
Timon Grancagnolo come onto the tour maybe 2-3 years ago, and it's gone from strength to strength. Like you say, Dave, it's such a competitive team to be in. You know, being the 4th German can generally mean you're 5th or 6th in the world. So, I mean, the strength and depth that these German teams have is just incredible. The important thing to remember is that pretty is not always fast. Sometimes you'll see these lines and they may look a little bit choppy. But that's sometimes the athletes just letting the sled run and just building speed, building more speed.
Through that labyrinth he goes, Grancagnolo. Let's take a look at the time. 4th for Grancagnolo.
Now this is interesting. We could be seeing the track deteriorate a bit here now. It's definitely looking pretty miserable out there in Winterberg with that weather, and that warm, wet weather is not going to help the track. You can see the grooves already made in the ice with less than 10 sleds having gone.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that, I start looking at our start list and look at the names that are to come imminently, and they might have their hands full here. It's going to be Matthias Sokovic next, then Kaspers Rinks, Apayod, Müller, Locke, Langenhan, Gleischer, the other Gleischer, Kindle, you know what I mean. Here's Sokovic, then the pole. Arkadiusz Troiger, his teammate, who was just behind him in the Olympic test event, goes later on, 22nd here in Winterberg in January. His aim here will be top 20. Get into that second run. Let's see his start. That's good, just outside Gleischer.
Very decent from Sokovic, such a physical athlete. A little early onto 2 there. That's going to make him drive uphill a bit, but gets away with it. So he goes through these 3-4, just trying to carry as much speed as possible. Matthias Sokovic of Poland, the Polish team, in a partnership with Team Germany, which means they can use their resources, use their coaching, and then puts Poland in such a great position internationally. Little wobble out of the Veltinskreisel into 9, very high in the X's of 9. Just a little skid into 11. He's holding it together right on the edge, Matthias Sokovic.
There you go.
Crosses a finish
for Sokovic. I always enjoy it when Mark says they're right on the edge. You suddenly get this sort of rise of excitement, don't you? Because he spots these things. Spots just what the sort of lines they're taking, the speed they're going, the risks they're taking.
It's true, those thousandths of a second are also defined in just millimeters and inches in this sport, and you know, you can really take it right to the edge with some of your choices. And these athletes are constantly changing their plan the whole way down the track. They make a small mistake, they have to adapt, and then adapt for the next curve and the next curve.
Of course, as the season develops, more and more people joining us and watching this great luge journey up until the Winter Olympics, but we're going to talk more and more about the tiny margins that divide them. The difference between being the best in the world and finishing 15th, we are talking very, very little. And it's so fascinating. Every tiny nuance matters in this sport. Kasper's rinks to go. Cassis, as they call him. Former Youth Olympic silver medal in Lausanne in 2020. He gets underway, he went really well, top 10 in that Olympic test event in Milan Cortina, but 10th here in terms of his start. That was a slow one from Kasper's rinks.
Definitely not his best work at the top, so he's going to find something through here. Curve 2 looked one of the best we've seen, though. As he goes past the double start that we saw the mixed women go from yesterday in the doubles. We'll see the doubles go from there later today. Just dropping off 6 into Kreisel. You can just see his right foot twisting around the Kufen at the front of the sled. Will show you where he's steering. To 11. This is what sets you up for the labyrinth, sets the tone for the fastest part of the track. Almost off the sled there, manages to save it. Keeps his position on the sled, keeps his cool, crosses the finish line into 7th place.
We talk of those milliseconds, we talk of those margins, and that little mistake there, even though he righted it, may just have cost him a slightly higher position there, Kasper's rinks. We're not too far away from the really big names to come. All of those athletes looking to lay down markers.
Just bumped on just a little bit early to 13, and that really cost him. Did so well to keep the sled on the steels. Kept his cool, kept his shoulders back. When you keep your shoulders back, you stabilize these sleds. As soon as you lift your shoulders, they start to fishtail.
Now, Christos Apayod's 5th in the mixed singles yesterday. From Sigulda, team relay bronze at the Winter Olympics in Beijing. Top 5 in the men's singles in Beijing. We watched him going through a series of extremely dynamic stretches a few moments ago to get the blood flowing here. He's just outside Gleicher's time, but it's still a good, sharp, fast start from Apayod's.
Only 9 thousandths of a second behind Gleicher's start. So definitely it's all to play for. But that early start number that Gleicher had may be working in his favor incredibly on this track today.
It's getting harder and harder. Can't wait to see how the big guns cope with it. This is one of them, really.
Christos Apayod, such a big physical athlete, big rangy athlete, long arms, long legs. Really, when he starts, it looks like he's going to pull those start handles out of the ground. A little bit high on the exit of 11. Just bumps onto finish curve, but keeps his cool again. But that's going to cost him in time. Skidding across the finish line as well, but keeps it together for 2nd place. Martins Rubenis in the coach's box there, giving his thoughts on that run.
Good run. Into 2nd goes Apayod's. But guess who's waiting up at the top of the track? More on that in a moment as we see Apayod's in action here. Jonas Müller waiting. Won the mixed singles yesterday with Lisa Schulte. Fastest racer on the new Olympic track. People are talking about what might happen in February, but Apayod's... You know how you feel. Difficult conditions, but he coped with them well. Now then, what can this fella do? Mightily impressive athlete. He is underway. What about his start time? Just outside Gleicher. It shows just how quick Gleicher was in that start.
Yeah, just 1/100th back from Gleicher. But Jonas Müller, such a physical athlete as well, and really hitting such a rich vein of form last year and just carried it on, like you said, Dave, into that test race last week. That time is slowly dripping away for Jonas Müller. He's trying to chase down his countryman. He's going to have to throw it all down in the labyrinth now. Going to have to take some risks. Going to have to chase down Nico Gleicher.
If anyone can do it, he can. Still in the red, though. Now into the green, Müller goes around the labyrinth. Can he do it here? So quick. And he's first, and that is sensational. In that bottom part of the course, he negotiated that labyrinth better than anybody, and Müller, with that physical strength and technique, manages to take the lead. That's just brilliant.
That was incredible. That labyrinth, one of the best we've seen. Just letting the sled run through there. He was doing so... he was right on the edge for that whole bottom section of the track. But look at, ended up paying dividends. Keeping that good aerodynamic form that we know him for. Just bouncing onto 4 there. That's probably where he lost a wee bit of time in the top and the Kreisel, but hopefully we'll see that labyrinth, because that was something special to watch.
And if you take into account the fact that the track might be slowing up, the conditions aren't great, it makes it even more impressive. It's even more of a marker. I know he's won nothing yet, but that was very, very good. Talking of very, very good, Felix Loch. What else can you say but a modern great? 3-time Olympic champion. He went well yesterday, second in the mixed singles with Julia Taubitz, and a great start here from Loch. It's starting to warm up, it's starting to get interesting.
Felix Loch, you can never count this guy out. He is always there or thereabouts. You know, you have the youngsters like Max Langenhan, well, not really a youngster anymore, but the younger Germans coming in, but you know that Felix Loch will always throw down a very, very fast run wherever he is in the world. And again, into the green, losing a little bit of time from that Kreisel split, but still in the green.
Dead level with Müller. This last labyrinth is where Müller made up so much time. Let's see what Loch can do. It looks pretty good at the moment. Loch's still in the green as he comes around that final curve. Loch has done it. This is high drama, high class, the first run of the men's singles.
It really was, and that was such a clean last 4 curves from Felix Loch, as we expect from the great slider. But yeah, such a huge start. Again, long arms, quick settle into the sled, straight into an aerodynamic position, and off he went, and that was incredibly impressive from Loch. You see the commitment there, going into that curve, head all the way back, not creating any drag whatsoever as he goes round the finish curve. And Patrick Leitner looking pretty happy with his athlete today.
Start of the season in really good form. Early stages, of course, but Loch is happy. Langenham to go next. Look at that. That sends a message, doesn't it? World champion Max Langenham. Big smile on our graphic, but all focus and fire under that helmet. Away he goes. What can he do with this start? Just inside Loch. Now it's about keeping it together. Now it's about control.
It's going to be interesting today, because yesterday, not such a great run from Max. He was had those big skids on the start ramp and then out of Kreisel as well. But putting that down to the conditions doesn't look like it's affecting him, but just 9 thousandths of a second in it.
Still in the green here, Langenham, but we know just how tight it is. Look at that, 3 thousandths of a second between Loch and Langenham now.
Into the red, going into the labyrinth. Got to pull out something special here. Got to let the sled fly, and he is. I don't know if it's going to be enough. 137 kilometers an hour, just outside into second place.
Still keeps him in touch, of course it does. Ahead of that second run.
That was very, very interesting through that top curve. He managed to build some speed through the top, but where he lost it was just after Kreisel. And for Max Langenham, that definitely gives him a lot of hope for the second run. This is going to be incredibly tight racing when we get to the second run. Going through the Zeal curve, that tricky uphill section. If you make a mistake there, that curve takes an eternity. Max Langenham losing something off his sled. Looks like he lost an advertising sticker. That's going to be interesting.
Now, David Gleischer, more on whatever happened with Langenham there in a moment, but the shock Olympic champion in Pyeongchang in 2018. No previous World Cup podium, but it fell his way that day. The policeman from Tyrol. First of two quality Austrians here with Wolfi Kindl to come. Now then, that's what they're removing. Really good spot that from Mark Hatton. Not sure about the dance move, but we'll let you take the sticker and off you go. And let's focus on Gleischer. It was an advertising sticker. All that talk, and now that start. Gleischer targeting lock here, let's see. Just outside, but only just.
David Gleischer, another one of these athletes that manages to build time the whole way down the track, very fast, through the bottom sections of all the tracks on the planet. David Gleischer manages to carry his speed. Big, strong man, big starter. Lots of mass on that sled, but aerodynamic form to counteract that big muscular frame.
Still in the red here, but how far behind? He's only just behind, 900ths of a second. Gleischer behind Lock.
This is where it's going to count through this labyrinth, stretching out. Is it going to be enough? He goes round that uphill finish curve, crossing the finish line just outside, into 5th place for David Gleischer.
52.018 for David Gleischer.
The quality athletes are going to be tightly bunched, as it should be. Gleischer into 5th. Still Felix Lock leads the way from Max Langenham. Remember, this is the first run of the men's singles. The way it works is, after 30 have gone, there's a break. Then we come back with the second run, then men's and women's doubles follow. It all happens in double quick time in this magnificent sport. All building a great World Cup season and then towards February and the Olympic Games.
It's going to be interesting with that advertising sticker that came off the sled earlier. That is going to be very interesting if that will be grounds for a disqualification. We'll hear more of that later.
I thought that's where you were going. You can explain that in a moment, but Wolfi Kindl goes 10th in terms of the start. Not the best start from him. Not the physical mass of some of the others.
Wolfi Kindl in a gravity sport has just made the most of his frame throughout his career. Packed on muscle year after year, and is almost regularly has the highest speeds on the track through the bottom of the track. Just builds velocity from top to bottom. Wolfi Kindl, one of my favorite sliders to watch on tour. He just bumps a little early onto 9. Gives him that high exit line out of 9. Bit of a leaky line through 11 too, but still charging through this labyrinth cleanly. 136 kilometers an hour. And into 5th place, just jumping ahead of Gleischer.
Yeah, 5th for Wolfi going into that second run. And 13 athletes to go. You start to look at some of those positions and think about the top 20. We've got a good idea of who the top 5 are going to be going into that second run.
I think with this weather, if you're in 20th position, you're going to be feeling pretty happy getting a fresh track for run number 2. It's going to be interesting to see how the track holds up in the second run, but Wolfi Kindl there, very nice labyrinth from Kindl.
So Alex Gufler, one of the new wave of Italian luges, another police officer from South Tyrol. A few backup policemen in South Tyrol this weekend, I tell you, as Gufler gets underway. In the red, chasing that time of Lock.
Alex Gufler done a great job coming up from the junior ranks. And what a privilege it is for these Italian athletes to be able to race a World Cup in Olympic year. This young Italian team they put forward just shows that strength and depth that they'll have. And that strength and depth is going to build after the Olympics, now that Italy have a fully functioning track. Just a little high on the exit of 9 there, though. Guffler just makes the best of it, though. Looking smooth, but a big skid into 13. Holds it together. Keep it together, Alex. He goes into the finish curve, uphill, crosses the finish line into 18th spot.
Now he's being cheered on by his teammates. That, I don't think, is going to be enough, and he shakes his head, Guffler. Remember, 30 go in this first run. The top 20 go in reverse order in the second. He's 18th. Slowest so far.
See that big correction, just getting thrown up on the end of 13 there. Sitting up on the sled a bit, but manages to keep it. Running down the track, manages to stop himself from crashing there. Could have been much, much worse at those speeds.
Now, an athlete I know that you know very well, Theo Downey. We were impressed with him, certainly in the mixed singles yesterday. Had a great run, didn't he? They finished 8th in the end. See how he goes here.
Watching Theo slide this year. At the end of last year at the Worlds, when they won that bronze, we saw a shift in the mindset of this very young Canadian team, where they thought, you know what, we can do this. And they can. There's so much talent in this Canadian team. And Theo Downey's so young as well.
Still in the red here, but we would expect that. His target is not going to be to necessarily beat Felix Lork, although he'd like that, of course, but he's looking at gradual improvements. He's looking at how he can get better in this sport, how he can improve those little nuanced moments as he heads through that labyrinth here, Downey. Going to come round that final turn, and he's 18th. He'll be disappointed with that, just ahead of Guffler.
Yeah, that mistake out of Kreisel, I think, would have cost Theo. Just saw him go very high in the exit of 8, and that just slammed him very, very early onto 9. And that's a difficult mistake. You see him high in 8 there, and he just comes across on that transition, has to drop the feet ever so slightly, and just gets pushed away, which then pushes you late into curve 9. Now there's a unique part of our sport is the electronic buzzer machine. Just got a green. I'll tell you a little bit more about that later.
Should look forward to that. I'm already loving the fact you're setting up the fact that, you know, someone in the 15 plus might have a run at winning this because of the track deterioration. Those kind of races are always fun. I'm not putting words in your mouth, by the way, but you know what I mean. It could be closer than it might otherwise be because of that. Anyway, Leon Haselrieder, another of the athletes from Italy, another from South Tyrol. 2 gold medals at the Winter Youth Olympics in Gang 1 in 2024. Son of a famous father in Oswald. Olympic bronze in 2006. Let's see how Leon does.
As you say, it's such a family affair for these Tyrolean sliders. It really is a family business for them. Leon looking very smooth through here, but I spoke too soon, just flops off 6 a little bit there. That's going to cost him into Kreisel, but gets it back together for the 8-9 transition. 8-9 looking smooth again. Composure back. Just gets thrown up a wee bit in 11, but again, keeping calm, keeping cool, and keeping collected. Round the finish curve, 134 kilometers now, into 15th place for Leon Haselrieder.
You have to say that with Guffler currently 20th, Pecce 17th, he's gone the best of the young Italians so far. Good run that from Haselrieder.
See him just hanging on the end of 13 there, but just kept his calm. You see, he kept his shoulders back, and that gave him an okay transition to the finish curve.
Now, I would say the rest of these runs are all about trying to get a position in that top 20. Rasmus Moberg of Sweden, 31st in that Olympic test event. I know I keep referencing that, but I just think it's important to reference it, particularly in our first event of the season, because let's be honest, the World Cup goes beyond the Olympics in Milan Cortina, but we're building towards that. It's a massive, massive 6 days for the sport.
really is, and it's a blue ribbon event for our sport. It is the pinnacle for these athletes, and that's why these previous pre-Olympic World Cups are so important to them. Rasmus Moberg, I love watching this guy slide. He's such a physical athlete, and his starts are always top draw. Look at that good Swedish position, shoulders back, head back, toes pointed up very high on the exit of 9. That gives him a skid into 11. This is going to make for a tricky labyrinth, and it does, just bumps onto 13, falls off the exit of 13, but gets it back together for the finish curve. Rasmus Moberg crossing the finish line, 53.193, just outside the top 20.
Yeah, that will be a disappointment for him. A reminder of our overall standings, which you would say are unlikely to change now. Top 5, Locke, Langenhan, Müller, Gleischer, Nico Gleischer that is, Wolfi Kindl, and then David Gleischer in that top 6 right now. Don't mean to be disrespectful to the athletes to come, but at the same time, you know what I mean. Smile from Rasmus. You're going to tell us about the green lights and their significance.
So, if you get a green light, that means you don't get your equipment controlled. If you get a red light, it means you have to be weighed and what have you. You have to go in, take your speed suit off, get your sled measured, be weighed. And then if you get a blue light, it means they've got to pretty much take your sled apart. And that's the one that nobody wants to get. It's a random generator.
How many blue lights in a day then?
We used to do ping pong balls out of a bucket. I think there's 2 blue lights, I think. I'll have to check that, thank you.
That sounds quite brutal, I have to say. Watching Skupek in action here, the Slovak.
Skupek just sitting up a bit there, out of 6 into Kreisel. Just making sure of his line. Marian Skupek from the High Tatra region, where all these Slovakian winter sports experts come from, whether they're skiers, lugers, bobsledders. Very smooth labyrinth from Skupek.
Yeah, Skupek in 21st is not going to be enough to get him into that second run.
Again, those inter-team battles for these smaller nations are so important in Olympic year. And because many of the different Olympic committees have different qualifications. You see him just tag the left wall on the start. Had to get his hand out of the way. That's a painful one if you get it caught between the sled and the wall. And this is where his entrance to Kreisel, entrance to 9, just a little bit less than optimal. Just got thrown up in the exit of 8.
So in that inter-team battle, Ninis leads the way from Skupek. We've had a couple of Slovakian athletes. Now we have one from Czechia in Ondrej Heman. Top 30 in that test event, and he gets underway. He looks for a big run here. It's a decent start. 17th best so far.
Andre Hyman, another athlete that's been around for a good few years, using all that experience through the top of the track. A little high on the exit of 2 there. Goes past the double start, just bumping onto 5-6 transition. One of the best we've seen so far from Andre Hyman. 0.3 of a second back.
Certainly giving himself a chance here, Hyman.
Very smooth curve 9. That makes for a good curve 11 as well. High on the exit, but manages to deal with it. Stretches out into Zeal curve, 134 kilometers an hour. Andre Hyman looking for that top 20 spot, and he gets it for now. 19th position for Andre Hyman.
It just shows that the chance was there. So Theo Downey now 20th. Gufler is the one who's knocked out, the 3rd best Italian today. He's gone from the second run. 7 athletes to go. Svante Kohala next, we saw with his sister Tova in the mixed singles yesterday. Message there from Andre. Here's Svante. He thought about that little look to camera that he did bottom left, didn't he? That's taking some planning. Off he goes.
Svante Gala, 14th fastest on the start. Start not his strong suit, but sliding and position on the sled definitely is for all of these young Swedes. Look at that, head straight back, stretching out, really trying to get into that top 20 to get a second run. Just bumps on to 5-6 transition, looking good though. Butter smooth into Kreisel though. That was one of the best we've seen so far today from Svante. Stretching out into 9, keeping his cool. A little bit choppy through 9. It's going to give him a little bit of too much height on the exit of 11. Throws him around through the labyrinth, stretches out into the exit.
He's done enough.
18th.
He's done enough. 18th. He's 19th in January in Winterberg in the final reckoning. So at the moment, he's into that top 20. And that's Theo Downey, who'll be disappointed. That edges him out. His teammate, Cole Zajanski, still to go, by the way.
Just bumping onto curve 13 there. And that's just sent him flat across the middle of 13. And then late in, but look at that position. The headless man going into Zeal curve.
Well done to Svante. Now, the Bosnian, Mirza Nikolaev, one of the young racers. We've seen a couple of athletes sneak into the top 20. Can he join them here, Nikolaev?
Bosnia, Herzegovina, Mirza Nikolaev, such a good slider. Beijing 2022 Olympian, became a bit of a social media star and built up a huge Chinese fan base during the Olympics for a little wink he gave to camera on the start. Mirza Nikolaev has gone from strength to strength. They train in the summer on the 84 track in Sarajevo on wheels. That track destroyed but brought back to semi-fitness by a dedicated group of volunteers, of whom Mirza is one. This is a lovely looking run from Mirza. Little skid into 13, but not too bad at all from Mirza. I think hoping he's going to get a second run here into 24th. Can't quite get enough. 1.3 seconds back. Sent out his coach, looking relatively happy with that run, but we know there's more to come from Mirza this season.
And by the way, just to back up what you were saying, folks, do take the time to have a look at the story of that, the old Sarajevo course and so on, and the work that Mirza and others are doing. It's really quite something. Lovely story. So much history, of course, in all of these sliding sports. Bobsleigh track here in Winterberg started in 1910. So many alterations over the years. Beautiful Art Nouveau clubhouse, the Bob House up at the top. Some of the old pictures are just lovely. Here's Cole Zajanski next. The other Canadian, can he force his way past Theo Downey and into that top 20?
No, for a man that doesn't play his trade on a single sled, Cole Zajanski is such a strong, solid single slider. Big starter as well. Usually back man on the double sled, but right now, top man dealing with a shoulder injury. So Cole's jumped on a single sled and looks like he's been sliding singles for years. Just back now by a third of a second. Putting together a solid run here, Cole Zajanski.
At the moment, he's looking good, isn't he? Potentially looking good for a place in the top 20. It's so tight. It's all about the labyrinth now for Cole.
Oh, I like that labyrinth. Really letting the sled climb in the entrance of those curves and diving out into 24th for Zajanski, just outside that top 20, 52.982.
Not quite enough. 4 athletes to come at the moment. The Czech Hyman is 20th. The most vulnerable. Ninis, the Slovak, 19th. Gahala, the Swede, 18th. Probably safe now, you would think. And who knows what news we're going to get, remember.
Everyone, try my best.
Max Langenham.
Almost.
And that sticker that came off. Eduard Crăciun of Romania. Another who was in the lower reaches in the Olympic testing, but another who'll be dreaming of taking part in those Olympic Games. And he's underway, 25th fastest start.
Yeah, Eddie Christian, not the fastest starter on the tour, but still a very, very worthwhile World Cup athlete on tour. Good form on the sled. Good lines through the top, nice smooth onto 4 there. Just slapping off curve 6 into Kreisel, touch. Making the best of it. 8 to 9, smooth as well. Eddie Christian putting together a nice run here. Nice flat line through 11, little height on the exit. That's going to give him a nice bit of cross into the labyrinth. He just taps before seal curve. 132 kilometers an hour for Eddie. 25th place for Romania.
Yeah, he again is outside of it all. Arkadiusz Troiga, Nicola Boban, Luca Micedliani, all to come. Pole, the Croatian and the Georgian remain. There are those special spiked gloves that they wear for the start.
You know, this is where it's so important, Nations Cup, because the top 5 finishers in Nations Cup got the top 5 starting spots. And if you finished outside, you were 18 down to 30 and got the slower ice. So that Nations Cup is so important for these mid-range athletes.
So here's Troiga. Already saw his teammate a little bit earlier on, Sokovic, who's sitting in 16th. Looks safely into that second run. Can Arkadiusz Troiga join him?
Troiga looking like he had a little problem at the start there. Very slow getting into his sled, uncharacteristically slow. It looked like he was trying to stabilize the sled before he got into it. Just bouncing on, you can see him come high, and he's skidding into 6 now. This is not good for Troiga. This is going to be tough for him to come back from. He's going to have to do something really special through the bottom section of this track. But 9, he's got his composure back together. That 9-10 is looking nice. A little late into 11, but dealing with it well. And the labyrinth. Skidding into Zeal curve. Sometimes when the track gets frostier, Troiga into 28. Sometimes when the track gets frostier, it actually becomes more slippery, depending how your sled is set up. Those frost molecules on the top of the fresh ice tend to give way much easier than a steel digging into ice.
Well, there's the red and green lights you were talking about.
Look at that position. That's one for the photo album. Bouncing a little early onto 4, but this is where it got tricky. Out of 5 into 6, and you just saw he tried to correct on the flat where there's no G-force on the sled, and that sent him into a skid.
So I'm going to give you a little bit of a warning here, Mark. I'm about to ask you a niche question. As Boban gets ready, the Croatian, when they're looking at Langenhan and they're looking at the sticker, and they're looking at what might be right and might be wrong in disqualification. As we watch Boban go down, 29th fastest in terms of the start, what are they looking at?
I think one of the things they'll look at is whether it was before the finish line or after the finish line. I have to check my rule book, but the way it's written in the rule book is kind of inconclusive. Whether it's before the finish line or after the finish line, you can't leave anything on the racetrack.
I see. So effectively the issue is, if you lose the sticker, you lose a little bit of weight off the sled, I suppose, before the finish line. The state of the sled is altered from start to finish, something like that?
I think so, and I think it probably went back to many years ago when the sleds were less well put together and you could lose.
Oh, there's a mistake there from Boban.
Through there.
Yeah, so you'd lose something a bit heavier and a bit more significant. Boban in 29th.
Yeah, lose something heavier and more significant in the old days. But yeah, these advertising stickers, it's going to be interesting what happens there. And it may be up to the other teams whether they want to protest.
I mean, I was going to say, is common sense allowed to prevail? The sense that these are just extremely light bits of, you know, paper or whatever they are, you know what I mean, a version of paper that withstands the cold. I mean, it would seem harsh. Best in the world champion and so on.
I think if I was a coach, I would challenge that protest. Absolutely.
So,
you know, wasn't obstructing anyone. That's the thing. It got out of the track and didn't cause any problems.
Exactly. Luca Michelliani, the Georgian, to go last. Sharp facial hair. Let's see how sharp his start is. Remember, aiming for top 20, 29th fastest starts already on this slower ice. He's got work to do here, Luca.
Yes, Luca Michelliani, again, just relatively new on the World Cup tour. But he's he's been to a lot of new tracks over the last couple of years. Really just skidding into curve 5 there. That is really going to cost him. Still skidding into 6 as well. Manages to arrest that skid though by Price. Going to be interesting when we go back and see the slow-mo pics. What actually caused that skid? And 9-10, making it like one curve. Very nice sliding through this bottom section from Luca.
He's going to be outside, isn't he?
Now.
Yeah.
He is.
So, relief for Ondrej Hyman, the athlete from Czechia, who does finish 20th and will lead us off in round about half an hour's time. The second run of the men's singles. We'll confirm the positions in just a moment. Theo Downey's the unlucky one. Just outside the time of Hyman, talking hundreds of seconds, but that is this sport. Gufler, the Italian, misses out as well. Cole Zajanski, so both Canadians don't make it through to the final run. Felix Lok will go last. There's Luca. Oh, thumbs down. Did well to be here, I would say. Did well to get into the 30, and then it's a question of building and learning and all of the stuff that applies to every sport, really. Get better with every run, and you're going somewhere, aren't you?
This is it. You know, these World Cup races, once you get into them, anything can happen.
So there's the results. Lok leading from Langenhan, Germany, and then 4 Austrian athletes in line. Müller, Gleischer, Kindle, and the other Gleischer. As I mentioned, Hyman in 20th. Ninnis makes it. Kahala makes it. Good run from Kahala. That's Sokovic as well. Hazelrieder and Kretu and Rinks and Nursler and Dukac. It's going to set up a fascinating second run. And they're the ones that miss out. I would say no huge surprises there. Theo Downey will be disappointed. He's a bit unlucky, isn't he? Someone has to finish 21st, I guess. Of course, if Langenhan was disqualified. Anyway, let's leave that for now. There's the pictures from Winterberg. Go on, build a snowman. You've got half an hour. Go on. Just about enough snow. Jumping up and down in it. It's there to have fun with. At least throw a snowball at your dad. Anyway, I'll leave them to that. And we'll take a look at the course before we leave you. There'll be a fair bit of maintenance that they have to undertake between runs 1 and 2. It takes round about half an hour. We'll be back in half an hour's time, give or take a minute or so, for the men's singles second run. But we leave you now and get back in half an hour. It's going to be great stuff on the second run. See you in a moment.
Aber du hast halt auch gesehen, das ist vermeidbar. Also das ist nicht Unvermögen, sondern das war vielleicht ein bisschen unkonzentriert und das kannst du natürlich auch ganz schnell wieder abstellen, wenn du dann im zweiten Lauf mal ein bisschen mehr dich fokussierst. Also das war zumindest so die Witterung, die ich hier mitgenommen habe, auch vom Trainerteam. Und da liegt auch noch sehr, sehr viel große Hoffnung. Ich meine, gut, klar, kriegst im zweiten Lauf nicht mehr reingeholt, was du da am Anfang oben hast liegen lassen. Aber ich glaube...
So welcome to the second run, the men's singles here in Winterberg, our first World Cup event of the season. We take a look at the top 3 in reverse order. Max Langenham in second, Jonas Müller we saw in third. So little between them. Müller 51.835, Langenham 51.816, and Felix Lok leads the way 51.750, the leader going into this second run. At the moment, it's the veteran who is holding sway in Winterberg. And this is Winterberg. Mark has been talking about the weather. And of course, we're high up here, but you can see the mist and the fog all around. It's wonderfully romantic looking, actually, isn't it? Fantastic sight at Winterberg as we get ready for our second run in the men's singles. What we will do, for those of you who are joining us, Glory Hunters just joining us for the second run, we'll talk you through the temperatures. Mark can do that. The ice, 0.7 degrees. The air, 8.2. What do you read from that, Mark?
Wow, that's quite a difference. 8.2. It's getting warmer. It was, I think, for the first run, it was +3. So this track is getting harder and harder to keep in tip-top condition. But you know, the track crew in Winterberg, they're used to this weather, especially in the early season. And if anybody can do it, these guys can.
So here's the elevation. Mark's going to talk us through the POV in a moment, but 1324 in meters is the length, 110 is the vertical drop. It's quite a lot, you know, when you take a look at the pictures and you see what faces them. Omega, Trilux, Kreisel, Labyrinth down at the bottom. Every curve in that Olympic course is named. Not so here. A lot of them have numbers, but the signature ones like the Kreisel there, the 270, as they head down to that uphill finish that Mark always mentions. Slightly awkward, but you can see how tough that Labyrinth is. And here's the POV. Take it away, Mark.
Here we go. Pulls off at the top of the track. Straight into the sled. You can see it's a bit of a nicer day when this was shot. You can just see his feet working on the runners at the front there. You can see that's where you can see the drives coming in. This is the curve 2, slightly uphill, very critical curve on this track, very important one to get right, so you don't drive uphill. And here we go into the next tricky section, which is 5-6. This 5-6 transition can be really tricky, but this sets you up for that big 270-degree Veltins Kreisel. All the time, these athletes are trying to stay relaxed and ideally not look where they're going. They're trying to be as aerodynamic as possible. 9-10 you just saw there. It's almost like it's one curve, but it's two separate curves, and the Labyrinth. 13-14 transition. This is where we saw some action on the first run. This is where we may see some action for these final top 20 sliders.
Yeah, take nothing for granted. As we saw yesterday, we saw Germany 1 crash, didn't we? And it can happen. No matter how good you are, it can happen. Much of the course covered here. As you can see, that picture tells you plenty about that. Some artful camera work from our excellent team. So here's the start list for the second run. Ondrej Hyman of Czechia, the only athlete over a second outside, will be followed by Josef Ninis. And then we get down to the business end, don't we? Müller, Langenhan, Locke. I know an awful lot of people are watching very, very closely. Müller had such a good day yesterday. Can he overtake Langenhan and Locke? Langenhan, by the way, does stay in the event. No question about that. Sticker falling off, which I think felt right, didn't it? We both decided it was the right thing to do.
I think so. I mean, we're not on the jury, but I think we can, I'd take that. I think it's a minor infringement, and, you know, these guys just want to race. Let them race.
See, earmuffs, exceptional idea. That's thinking on a day like this.
And style.
See, I was going to say not style, not for me, but for her, it was fine. Here we go. It's going to be our second run. And remember, Mark's already told us with these conditions worsening, not necessarily Ondrej Hyman, but someone from relatively far out could go close. It can happen all on the second run. The athlete from Czechia starts things off as the visibility starts to fade as well. Look at this, the conditions are getting worse and worse in terms of visibility.
this is going to be very tough for some of the athletes. It's going to be interesting to see where this fog settles in the track, just almost tagging the left wall out of curve 2 there. That would have been disastrous for Hyman. Gets away with it, just tapping the feet before curve 5. Nice 5-6 transition, seems to have got it back together as he goes into that 270-degree Velting surprise. Curve 9, the signature curve on this track, 9-10. You see it's almost one curve, and that sets you up for 11, which in turn sets you up for this really tricky labyrinth. But that's an absolutely perfect labyrinth from Hyman. Much better than his first run. Joseph Hyman opens up the scoring with a 52.364.
Yeah, compared to 52.754 in the first run, you're right, that's an improvement. And that's all you can ask for, of course. Good run from Hyman. Good start to our second run here.
Look at that fog. So that visibility means these athletes have got to rely even more just on feeling rather than sight.
Doufám, že na smržice ledujete, jak můžu natrénovat pořádně. Čau.
See the cold causing that tear in the corner of the eye of our second athlete here, Josef Ninis. You can see the advantage he has in the green, and we will continue to tell that story, that overall story, as he comes down the track to keep that advantage here, and he has done.
I feel like that fog has actually got worse between run 1 and run 2. Joseph Ninis, one of the elder statesmen of this sport, on the track now, straight into the lead ahead of Hyman. Ninis, one of those athletes with such good feeling, just bumping onto 5 there though. Nothing to write home about. Very cool, calm, collected, really stretching out. Ninis wanting to get that all-important Slovakian first spot.
That will be the target, won't it?
It really is, Dave. Those inter-team battles are so dramatic as he skids into Zeal. That is not going to help his cause going uphill, but into first place for Joseph.
Yeah, maintains that advantage, and we'll keep you posted on the visibility, although in many ways in front of your television you can keep us posted. He thought he could have gone quicker.
See him just skidding into finish curve. Just sort of back of the sled, go round to the right-hand side, and that puts him into that power slide. Thankfully, you've got the G-force in the curve to save you from that skid getting any worse.
So Svante Gahala, we saw him with a really good run to get into this 20. Can he make something of it, the Swede? Big man, great power. Starts, of course, with the advantage and maintains it in the start.
Good sliding from Svante. Again, a big starter sometimes. Not always consistent on the start, Svante, but these guys work so hard in summer. This young Swedish team goes from strength to strength every year.
There's that map of the course to show you it is all in green at the moment.
Really putting one together here, Svante.
Just losing a little bit of that advantage, though.
This is where that great flat form of Svante's is going to help him as he's trying to get back out of the red into the green.
Can he do it right at the last second? No, he can't. Oh. Ninis still in front. Early skirmishes here.
That's the experience of Joseph Ninis in these conditions, in these tricky conditions, the experience in sled setup, the experience in driving in soft ice. Svante trying to squeeze everything out of the track in that final curve. He knew he'd made a mistake, had to play catch up.
Now then, it's a big weekend this for the young Italian athletes. And you talk about those inter-team rivalries. It's an ongoing one here between Peche and Haselrieder. They've both seen off the challenge of Gufler, who didn't make the top 20. Peche goes first. Haselrieder has that narrow advantage. What can Peche do then?
Well, beautiful clean start from Peche, straight down the middle and straight into the green. Very nice entrance to curve 2, that slightly middle-late entrance. That means you don't drive quite so much uphill in the first part of that uphill curve 2. Bumping onto 4. But again, that sets himself up very nicely for that 5-6 transition. This is turning into another great run for Peche. See how flat that line is through the middle of Kreisel. No oscillations, no looping. Just tagging the top of curve 9 on the exit there, though.
Has it cost him? Find out through the labyrinth. Another minor error there from Peche as he comes towards the finish, still in green. And still good. Ninnis has to give up first place. Lucas Peche into the lead in the early stages of this second run.
That was a masterful run from Peche through the top section. Just the only mistake we really saw was that exit 9. You see him go around Kreisel. Look at that, just dead straight. Peche using all of those pressures in Kreisel to his advantage, all those pressures from the G-force. All that feeling he's learned on the junior tour.
So Sokovic to go now, the pole, but remember Haselrieder, the other young Italian, is next in that inter-team battle. But here's Mateusz Sokovic, and that bright red uniform is going to gleam through this fog. Here he comes.
Elbow very close to the right wall there. I'm sure he just felt that. He's held away from it, but very early to curve 2. Now that is not going to help his cause. But still in the green by a 1/10 of a second for Mateusz Sokovic of Poland.
Questionable choice of music at the top there. Reminds me straight away of the In-Betweeners movie and that infamous scene, but less said about that the better as Sokovic continues to rocket down this course.
Gonna have to find some more rockets. He's into the red by 0.06 of a second. As he comes up to the entrance to the labyrinth. Now keep it together, Mateusz. Into the finish curve. A little bit loopy. Has he done enough to catch up? Just back out of into third position by 1.5 tenths.
So the smile from Peche, but the one he cares about is coming next. I love the fan club. They're cheering everyone down there.
The hardy North German spectators. They're used to this weather for ducks that they get in Winterberg on a regular basis. Always a good crowd here.
I'm not sure too many ducks would enjoy this.
Possibly not. It's looking like it's getting more
Weather for
miserable.
polar bears. Here we go. Leon Haselrieder. Eyes, of course, on finishing as high as possible, but eyes on that time of Lucas Peche. We're going to see this played out, the inter-team battle between the potential new young stars, because it's Peche's time he's going to aim at. Let's see how he started. He's good. He's good from the start.
0.08 of a second to play with for Leon Haselrieder. Good curve 2 as well.
Stays in the green here, Haselrieder.
Just a little bump onto 5, deals with it nicely. Very smooth transition to Kreisel as well. This is turning into a good run for Haselrieder. This 1:28 split's going to be really telling. Just dropping a bit.
Still getting the job done though, but let's see into the labyrinth now, Mark. Here we go for Haselrieder.
Very workmanlike labyrinth there, solid sliding. Just rides the exit profile, but does enough into the lead by 1/4 of a second.
And of course, they are teammates, and they'll be happy for each other. But deep down, he wished he'd been 1,000th behind him. He's only
There's
human.
no stronger rivalry than those within your own team. It's interesting, these guys fighting for that place to continue on World Cup with this very competitive Italian team. Very much a dress rehearsal for them.
Valentin Cretu, who is having a really good weekend. After yesterday in the Nations Cup, the good run in the singles, and in good shape here as well. Off he goes to the strains of Bittersweet Symphony, and he gets off to a good start, Cretu. Hazelrieder the target here.
Chasing him down. Let's see what this 1.08 split says. Still to the good by almost a quarter of a second. Now this is where he made a little mistake on the first run, but fixed that nicely. Very smooth, 4, 5, 6. High on the exit, right, a little rise there. Just has to do a little correction into 8. Wonderful entrance to 9, and a great 9-10 transition. That's the best we've seen today.
It's been proper old school stuff from him all weekend so far. Every ounce of experience for Cretu. Is it going to pay dividends here? It is. It is. He moves in front of Hazelrieder, and he deserves that, Cretu.
He really worked hard for that, especially through those top sections of the track. You know, it's not the fastest track in the top, but then when you get to curve 9, it's like someone strapped a rocket on the back of your sled, and you accelerate from 110 kilometers an hour to, well, 138.
Fist bumps all round.
Valentin Cretu, very popular with the spectators here in Winterberg.
He didn't fist bump the lady with the earmuffs. Must be more of a woolly hat guy. Kaspers Rinks to go next. Won the Nations Cup here in Winterberg in January 2024 by 1,000th of a second. He knows about the tiny margins as he gets underway, and he's slow. Cretu stays in front here. Rinks has got work to do.
Just 2,000ths of a second was between them, and Rinks has really got to play catch up. But that was a great run from Cretu. So Rinks is going to have his work cut out, and he's got to find 400ths of a second right now.
Let's see where he is going to find that.
Just that little dropout from 6 into Kreisel's not going to help his cause. He's got it back together. Very high on the exit of 8. Is he going to get knocked away? Has to do a big correction away from the right wall into 9.
But he has found the speed here, Rinks. He is into the green for now. It's very, very tight. And he slips and he slides. And does he just hold on? He does, but it's cost him time. And it's cost him that lead time. 3rd for Rinks.
Well, that just shows you what those skids into finish curve cost you on that steep, steep uphill section. 3.5 tenths from that skid, from that. You see the ice rooster tailing out the back of the sled. See, just hung on to the end of 13, had to correct. And as you see here, you see the steels just throwing up ice out of the back of the sled. Slides one way, skids the other, just having to work to keep the sled in a straight line. Really bad luck there for Kaspers Rinks, because he'd done all the hard work.
So Nursler, 12th in that first run, but we know he can go faster. Through the fog he comes, David Nursler. Settles down and settles into the green as we would expect him to be. Can he provide a smooth run here?
David Nursler's going to be fighting to get into that top 10. He's going well here, Dave. Still in the green, but just bleeding a little bit of time. He's lost 100th and then gained 3. A little skid into 8. David Nursler laying it all out there. He's going to have to chase it down through the bottom section of this track if he's going to keep this lead. Really committed line through 13. Head back. Big drive. Great sliding from David Nursler, just knocking Valentin off the top spot.
Valentin can still be very, very happy with his work here. Nussler moves in front.
That 13-14 transition, one of the best we've seen today. Really committed to it, and it paid dividends.
So Anton Dukac to go next. We get towards the top 10 from that first run. It gets more and more interesting here. What can Dukac produce? 52.311 in that first run. Nussler is the target. Dukac stays in the green here from the start.
A little early onto curve 2 there, you saw him just get knocked away. Keeps his composure though, 8 thousandths of a second in this.
And he's gone red here, Dukac. He's lost a little bit of time to Nussler.
Just falling off 6 into Kreisel. Gonna have to make something special out of the 9-10 transition. Into 8, let's see how 9 goes. Good entrance. Links those 2 curves beautifully. And 11, nice flat line. Doing everything he can through this labyrinth, and it's one of the good labyrinths we've seen. Uphill section, fighting back here, Dukac. Is it gonna be enough? Just back into 3rd position.
We knew there was time in the bottom of the course. We know there's time and speed, and he could have made it up, but no. Into 3rd he goes. Cretu stays in 2nd. With only 10 to go. What a weekend for Cretu.
Yeah, that experience really, really showing with Cretu's performance this weekend. Same with Ninnis. Yeah, Anton Dukac really threw down from curve 9 down there. Really trying to chase down Nussler and just missed him.
Next, Timon Grancagnolo. The lower reaches of that exceptional German team. 10th fastest, can he go faster? Target, first of all, is his teammate.
Curve 2 from Grancagnolo. This is where these Germans on their home track really find the time, is in these tricky top curves. They're not fast, but they are technical. Down to 25 thousandths of a second. As he exits Kreisel into a nice transition there, and doing everything he can in 9, starting to build on that lead.
Into the crucial labyrinth he goes then. Grancagnolo still in the green. Still with a little bit of time to play with. It's going to be tight here. Grancagnolo! Excellent on the bottom half of the course. Good run. He moves ahead of Nussler. Germany 1 and 2 at the moment.
Oh, that was great sliding from Grancagnolo, especially through that labyrinth. Really, really faultless sliding. You see that exit Kreisel there and stretching out. And then this 8-9 transition. Just inch perfect.
What a day so far in Winterberg. And we're going to get closer and closer to knowing our first winner of the day. And there's a beautiful symmetry. Andrei Manzi next. It goes Ukraine, Latvia, Latvia, Austria, 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 Germany, Germany, to finish us off in the men's singles to decide our winner. Here's Manzi. You spoke of the experience being used so well by Cretu. No one's used it better than this man so far. Close-up of those battered old gloves that do such a good job for him. The spikes propel him forward. And Manzi in the green after that start.
You know, I love it when we see a qualifier from the Nations Cup in the top 10. Manzi's worked so hard for this over the years, and wouldn't it be great to see him in the top 6 on that big podium? Building on that lead. Still at 400ths of a second. Not put a foot wrong yet, Manzi. Little skid into 8 though. Manzi, keep it together.
Down to 200s as Manzi starts to fly through the labyrinth now. All of that experience so vital. What's the line like? It wasn't bad, Manzi. Now towards the final turn. Gran Cagnolo's time is the target. It's going to be tight. He's going to be outside. Gran Cagnolo stays in first. Manzi into third. Disappointment for him. He moves above Cretu. Gran Cagnolo remains on top.
You know, that there were some small mistakes there. I think out of 9 was one of them. You saw him just come really close to the right-hand wall. But here we see a little skid going into finish curve. You just see here as he goes onto the profile. Just see a small rooster tail. But I think the damage was done out of 9 for Manzi. But he can be proud of a job well done. Still a fantastic result for the Ukrainian athlete.
And you're right, it validates the Nations Cup. And the form you could bring in from that, both Cretu and Manzi. Here goes Berzins, the first of the 2 Latvians. Apar to come next. Berzins targeting Gran Cagnolo here. Latvia want a big weekend.
And chase him down, he does. Almost 2/10 ahead of Gran Cagnolo. So this is definitely Berzins to lose here. Entrance to Kreisel, very smooth, keeping good position through the Kreisel. Had a small problem in 8-9 on the first run, but fixed that for this second run. Saving the best for last here, Berzins. Into the labyrinth, very high, bumps on, does enough though.
Berzins stays in the green and goes in front. Gran Cagnolo with a rueful round of applause from those fluorescent gloves. A new leader in the shape of Berzins here. Gintz Berzins with a smile on the face. This the run, but still remember, first his teammate, then 6 to go after that, 7 in all.
Look how relaxed he is. That was such a great shot. You can see his legs just moving with the sled, staying relaxed. When you're relaxed on these sleds, it allows the sled to run. It allows you to soak up any bumps on the track. In effect, the athlete becomes the suspension.
Well, we've got the ultimate in inter-team rivalry coming up. First Apar, and then the 4 Austrians, all one after the other, followed by the 2 Germans who lead the way. First, the fisherman from Sigulda, Kristas Apar. His teammate is the target, and he's inside that.
Very smooth settle on the start there from Apar, just getting every last ounce of speed from that very steep Winterberg men's start ramp. And straight into the green, 1/10 of a second to play with this inter-team battle. Latvia versus Latvia.
Apar stays in the green here. He'll have his eyes above just beating his teammate. He'll try and lay down a good time here and put pressure on those to follow. If the ice does just slow a bit, who knows? Good lines in from Apar.
Just a little skid going into the finish curve, but he handled it really well. He's done enough, 1/4 of a second.
And in the end, that's pretty convincing from Apar, who takes the lead. Of course, those of you regular viewers of sliding sports will be familiar with this rhythm. You put yourself in position in that first run, then you have to capitalize to get onto that podium, and that's where we're heading now, isn't it? There's 4 Austrians and 2 Germans, the best 6 times from the first run. Now duke it out for those top 3 positions.
There's that little skid into the finish curve. It just went a little early to 13. But again, we talk about experience so often in this sport, and that's where experience comes in.
David Gleicher to go next. 2 sons of Gerhard proudly in the top 6 here. Nico fourth, Daniel goes first in sixth. Apoyods leading at the moment. Gleischer in the green straight away, as we would expect from the start.
Apoyods definitely putting the pressure on these Austrian athletes, so he couldn't have done any more, and there's only 9 thousandths of a second in this.
And Gleischer starting to lose time as well on Apoyods.
Could be seeing a reshuffle here, unless Gleischer can pull something out of the bag through these bottom curves. Gleischer very good at carrying speed, always fast through the bottom sections. That's a very nice flat curve 11. That's going to set him up well for the labyrinth. A little skid into Zeal, but that's not going to cost him much.
Didn't make up enough though. So the two Latvians smiling up on that podium at the moment. There's one challenger gone. Gleischer into second. 5 athletes remain still. Apoyods there dreaming. An awful lot would have to happen for him to get into the top 3, but maybe it's starting to happen.
Definite highlight from Gleischer through these top curves. Just popping a little early onto 4. Didn't affect him, but look at that form. He knew he had to push it, and push it he did. Just couldn't quite catch up in the end.
Here's Wolfi. Such a popular figure, 5th after that first run, 15 at 1.979. The target here is Apoyods.
Now, I like that start curve from Wolfi. You saw him just take the entrance profiling curve 0, seemed to accelerate off that. First guy we've seen do that today.
Finally, we have our timer back here. Kindle faster down the course at the moment, just.
A little bit high in the entrance of Kreisel. Uncharacteristic for Kindle, but still gaining time. Kindle, one of the fastest athletes in the world when it gets quick on these tracks. Super fast through these labyrinths. We're going to see north of 130. No, we're not. It's slowed down just a wee bit too much, but Kindle straight over the finish line, 7 hundredths of a second ahead of Apoyods. But what a challenge from Apoyods.
Yeah, 1:29, wasn't it? Still ludicrously fast from Wolfi Kindle. Nico Gleischer next, then it's the big 3.
No one better in the business at carrying speed through the bottom curves of the track. Wolfgang Kindle, he's made it an art form. See him just bumping a little early on there, onto 9. See how important it was for him to keep composed. But look at that commitment into 13, almost tipping over out of 13 to 14. Staying committed, staying flat, and staying on track.
So Nico Gleischer, goodness me, you can tell they're brothers, can't you? Got a nice cushion here. Can he make the most of it? Kindle, his teammate, the man to catch. Good solid start from Nico Gleischer. Needs to build on it now.
Good top section from Nico. Goes past the double start, where we'll be in very few short minutes. We go into the 270 degrees, Veltins Kreisel. Originally built to slow the sleds down, the Kreisel. It's G-force on the sled the whole way round. We go into the entrance of Labyrinth. Great Labyrinth from Nico. Has he done enough? 137 kilometers per hour. And into the lead he goes by almost 0.2 of a second.
That's just a remarkable speed, isn't it? 1:37 when that popped up. Your eyebrows raised. So It is Nico who takes the advantage. But now, we get down to the 3 fastest sliders from the first run. Jonas Müller, then Max Langenhan, then Felix Loch, in that order.
He couldn't have done any more, could he, Dave? I mean, he put pressure on those top 3 now.
Absolutely flew. And if there are any cracks, he will expose them. Got to put it all out of your mind now, Jonas. He's used to getting this right, of course. Great day yesterday. Can he back it up today? Austrian superstar Jonas Müller. 51.835 in that first run. Look at the power in those shoulders.
Jonas Müller is gestartet. Please get ready.
Stays in the green here, Müller.
Great start from Jonas Müller. Big, powerful athlete, and as you say, that you can see the power in that start. He really wants this. Nearly a 1/10 of a second. He's gaining a bit of time on his teammate. Go into the Weltungskreisel. He's got a 1/10 of a second to play with.
He's absolutely flying here, Müller, isn't he? And he's increased that advantage.
Just gets thrown up in the entrance there as well. A little bit loopy through 11. That's going to challenge him through the labyrinth. But takes it all in his stride. 137 as well.
He does enough. Thumbs up of appreciation from his teammates there. Points to the sky. Number 1 for now, but there are 2 Germans with plenty to say about that. He's got the fire, hasn't he? He's got the fire in his eyes these last 2 days.
You know what, that performance under pressure. He saw what Nico threw down on the run before. And when you see that happen, you know, you've just got to stand up and be counted. And he really was. He really, really performed well there.
He wants to win. He's going to watch on nervously now. First men's singles World Cup event of the new season. As if you needed reminding. Max Langenhan, the world champion, plus much more. Aims at Müller's time. 300ths of a second to play with there for Langenhan. Can he stay in front here?
Wonderful entrance to curve 2 from Langenhan. Such a compact slider.
But he goes into the red here. He's just lost a little bit of time. Müller watches on with interest now. Down to the business end we go here for Langenhan. Still outside Müller. Can he pick up the time here? He's going to have to fly into this labyrinth and negotiate it perfectly, Langenhan. 138 kilometers per hour as he comes round that final curve. He's outside. Look at that. Müller punches the air. It's going to come down now to Felix Loch. Great drama here in Winterberg.
Wow, well, we did not expect that. Max Langenhan had such a wonderful season last season. World champion, World Cup winner. You just see him just go a little sharp onto curve 6 there, these micro mistakes. But look at that entrance to 14. That's one for the family album. Perfectly flat, perfectly smooth, but just couldn't catch up.
Okay.
So it comes down to this. The vastly experienced, enormously successful Felix Loch. He goes. Müller in his sights. This will decide it.
Straight away, the Bavarian goes into the green. Big start from Loch, really committing through these top curves.
Stays in the green here, Loch.
Just takes a little look going into 4, and then stretches back out again. bunks onto 5, though. That could be expensive for Locke.
Is he going to lose speed here? Locke still in the green.
Curve 9-10 now. Negotiates perfectly. Same with curve 11. It's all down to the labyrinth for Locke.
130, the maximum speed. Locke does it. Müller with a thumbs up. Respect there from Müller, because Locke held it together, punches the air. He gets the win in Winterberg.
Felix Locke rolling back the years yet again. Seems to get better and better as each year goes by.
And what a statement that is.
We know this is going to be a battle for these spots on the German team for the Olympics. Has he thrown down a marker today, Dave?
Well, that is a marker, isn't it?
That little bump onto curve 6. That probably had his heart in his mouth there, but he had enough to play with to just make sure through that beautiful labyrinth section.
Big smile, big punch of the air. A nice acknowledgement there from Müller as well. Nice guy. Felix Locke on top. Now, of course, they're very aware the men's doubles will be coming imminently in about half an hour, so they want to get on with this presentation and the interviews and so on, but we will hear from our podium. Locke beats Müller, beats Langenhan. They are your top 3. Great weekends for Manzi and Cretu in particular. Hansa Rieder wins the battle of the 3 young Italians. Weather's not getting better, is it, in terms of this fog?
This is going to be interesting for the doubles. Just 20 minutes of track preparation time. Here we see the top 3.
This is how it was won. What did they do right here? And what did Locke do better than anyone, Mark?
I think it's just that consistency in the day. You know, that top section, very, very consistent. He had that little wobble out of curve 5, but it didn't affect him. Just got back down to business and did enough. I was so impressed with the Austrians though today, fighting back. Such great sliding. And Langenhan just missing out on a little bit of speed there, but great to see. And you look at Locke there going through the finish curve. Perfect aerodynamic form, relaxed. Every bit the champion, Felix Locke, so well deserved.
Great moment for Felix Locke. And so we just wait to hear from our podium, and then we start to prepare ourselves for the men's doubles, which will be on their way. A really enjoyable day so far. A little gathering area. Always feel it's short of a mulled wine stall, that left-hand corner, or a hot chocolate stall, something like that.
You'll find one just on the right behind the grandstand.
Oh, there you go.
Wonderful.
There you go. It was bothering my eye, you know, where I was thinking there's a gap
absolutely.
there. There's a gap. What would go well there? Toast a marshmallow or two, that kind of thing. Latvian flag down there. And time for the presentation. Not sure everyone would have seen that coming. Felix Locke wins. Müller and Langenhan. But it's a long season and they know it, of course.
Second place, representing Austria, Jonas Müller.
Ines Vergelis, president of the FIL, handing out the flowers.
The Winterberg florist continues to do a roaring trade, as we mentioned yesterday. Love that from Locke. Big, big smile.
So, meine Damen und Herren, nochmal ausflippen für das Podest in 3, 2, 1, jetzt!
Big cheer that the announcer just asked for the 3-1.
Nochmal ein Foto. Ja, aber hier sind wir davor. Ach so, ja, sind wir davor.
Ja, was ich jetzt mache ich auf sehr gerne. Ja, Felix hat mich ja schon entdeckt da oben hinter der Scheibe, aber ich werde ihm natürlich...
Yeah, smile for the camera. There's the points it translates into. Of course, just the one race so far, but Loch has the lead. 100 points for the win. Müller, then Langenhan, then Nico Gleischer, Kindle, Apayod's David Gleischer, Ginsberzin's Gran Cagnolo, and Nössler, the two other Germans, bringing up 9 and 10, the end of that top 10. So, all we need to do is hear from our winner and our podium, and then our attention will switch to the men's doubles and then the women's doubles. Tomorrow, women's singles and team relay rounds off. Really wonderful weekend in Winterberg. Here's Felix.
Felix, congratulations. Last year so close to the podium. This year you seem to be flying down here. How are the conditions? How is the run for you?
Yeah, the conditions today, you see it, snow, rain. It was, different to yesterday, but yesterday I see the sled is in a really good setup, but I have a really good setup also today, and then it was 2 really good runs, 2 good starts, and I know in the second run Jonas had a brilliant run. I know I have to fight, and right now back on first place after I was talking before with the ZDF, and I said last 20-24 so in Sigulda, so right now on the top. Perfect weekend. Thank you.
Nice to see a big smile on the face of Felix Loch. Always try and look out of the corner of my eye and see if we're going to hear from the other guys as well. See Loch down there chatting to some fans. You can see him. Our interviewer does a sterling job trying to sort of gather everybody, and I think he has managed to gather them. Yep. You can see Langenhan, I think, down there with him. Let's see. I think the interview's imminent.
Max, congratulations to the podium here. We already saw yesterday you had some issues with the run here. How was it for you today?
Yeah, today was way better. I'm so sorry for Merle yesterday with my really bad single mixed run. But today I had also some little mistakes, but the start was way better in both runs, so I'm super happy.
What were the difficult parts for you on the track?
Today, I think in the second run, entrance of Kreisel, and in the first run, like from 11 to the finish, I had some like little skids, and they cost so much time here because it's going so steep up the hill into the finish. So yeah, a little bit sad.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, very honest and very gracious, and very interesting too that he's putting things right in this season more than any other, getting it right in February. With massive respect, of course, to the World Cup, but you know what I mean. That's what they're building towards, that's what they're hoping to do. So Langenhan will take third here. No bother with that, plenty of time to make it up. 8 more World Cup weekends. Of course, those Olympic Games looming large in Milan Cortina. Here's Jonas.
Jonas, congratulations, already on top yesterday, now P2 here. How do you feel after this race? You said it was skiddy yesterday. How was the race for you today?
Yeah, yesterday was a little bit skiddy, but today it's a little bit warmer. Ice is softer, so we kept everything like it was yesterday on the setup. Yeah, it did work out. My first start wasn't that great, and in the second run I did a warm up with our physio, and second start was really good, and I think that's how I got the second spot. Thank you.
It's funny, he said congratulations. He didn't look like he wanted congratulating there. He mega high standards. He wanted better than that. So anyway, we leave you and we'll be back shortly. Men's, women's. The double takeover in Winterberg. See you soon.
So, Saisonauftakt, erstes Rennen, erster Sieg, so soll es bitte weitergehen. Und natürlich auch toi 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 für Olympia. Ja, und Mailand, Cortina, also das wird, glaube ich, nochmal ein Highlight für dich auch.
Auf jeden Fall. Es wird, glaube ich, mega, vor allem wieder, wo Familie, Freunde, wirklich alle kommen können. Ich kann dazu gehen, nicht unbedingt der AT-Fan. Es waren wirklich zweimal wirklich ein bisschen schwierige Spiele, nicht nur ergebnismäßig, sondern auch Corona und allem anderen geschuldet. Aber jetzt endlich wieder, glaube ich, mit richtig geiler Kulisse, richtig geiler Stimmung, werden dann wirklich gewaltige Spiele. Ich glaube schon, lange gefällt der Junge.
Ich wünsche dir einfach, dass du es genießt, deine 20. Saison, die Spiele, genießt das und zeigt uns einfach nochmal, wo
Jonas, Gratulation, gestern schon am Podium bei den Mixed Singles, heute wieder auf dem zweiten Platz hier in Winterberg. Du hast gestern gesagt, es war sehr rutschig auf der Strecke, wie war es für dich heute?
Na, es war eindeutig besser heute. Also wir haben vom Material her haben wir nichts verändert, weil wir gewusst haben, es wird ein bisschen wärmer und extrem hohe Luftfeuchtigkeit, man sagt. Und die Oberfläche war ziemlich rau heute und das hat mir geholfen, dass wir haben einfach alles so gleich lassen. Und heute war es nicht mehr rutschig.
Wir sind jetzt hier in Winterberg, obwohl wir eigentlich in Innsbruck gewesen wären. Es ist kein Olympic Qualifier. Aber was nimmst du von der Strecke mit? Wir sind ja im Jänner wieder da.
Ja genau, im Jänner ist ein Olympic Qualifier und für die interne Qualifikation zählt es natürlich schon. Und da ist jedes Podest oder jeder Platz weiter vorne ist wichtig und das nehme ich absolut mit. Danke.
And so welcome back to Winterberg. It's the men's doubles that takes centre stage. Quite simple now for the rest of Saturday. Men's doubles, women's doubles, men's doubles, women's doubles, 9:45. The length for the men, 110 vertical drop, 11 corners. A shorter course, many challenges. Mark is going to talk us through them in just a moment. There is the start, though. Let's take a look at the map of the course from 9:45. There's that swing around as they motor towards that finish. Slightly uphill. So many challenges. It looks short, doesn't it? It's shorter, but it's still very tough. So that's the way the course looks. Here's the POV. Take it away, Mark.
So straight into curve 4. That's one of the trickier places for these doubles athletes. They come in at curve 4. This is going into the Veltinskreisel. 270-degree whip around as they go from 8 to 9 now. Now 9 is a very technical curve. The sled wants to drop down. 9 and 10, almost one curve. They're so close together, and the all-important labyrinth. So tough on a double sled because you have to move so quickly on the sled. Those curves are so close together, and that uphill finish curve and across the line.
Great to hear from Mark Hatton, two-time Olympian, with us here on all of our coverage of the Luge World Cup and the Winter Olympics in the course of what should be a tremendous season. Felix Loch already winning the men's singles here in Winterberg. 17 starting pairs, and they will go on both runs in the men's. 17 rather than 18 because Vavacek and Smee have withdrawn. What about those temperatures, Mark?
Well, it's got a little bit colder. This is good news for the doubles. 2.8 degrees air temperature, so they're not going to have to crank the refrigeration plant up quite so much to hold the track. This is great because that means we're not going to get so much frost coming through later on.
Vendel and Arlt have the track record here, by the way. That was set in January. Worth bearing that in mind. God, goodness me, that's some machine, isn't it?
It's much easier than using a broomstick, that's for sure.
So the start list looks like this. Brunner and Weissensteiner lead us off, Bosman and Mick. We look down, Mikael Sevic and Kras went in the mix yesterday. Wendel and Alt, of course, they were outstanding yesterday. They'll hope to be the same again. They've dominated the doubles for so long. Stoy and Kindle will throw down a challenge. Orlemwender and Gubitz, the other German pair as well. Müller and Frauscher, the other Austrians. But, well, Wendel and Alt have set the standard for so long. They start this season, they start today, surely as strong favourites, Mark.
Absolutely. I mean, you can never count those guys out. And we were saying yesterday in the team race, they just haven't lost that competitive fire. You know, you think when you've got 6 gold medals each from the Olympic Games, that maybe, you know, a World Cup gold medal doesn't mean that much to you. But we saw yesterday just how much it means to them every time they win. They truly are elite in this sport.
Yeah. It was fascinating because it wasn't just that they won, it was that they punched the air when they won. And it just summed up so much. It almost took you by surprise. You know them well, of course, and it was, wow, okay, that fire's still burning then.
It's so great to see. Yeah. So great to see. It's a competitive field in doubles, though. You know, it's these guys are real specialists. You know, singles luge is tough enough as it is.
See, finally, we got a cowbell. Thank heavens for that. They told me there'd be cowbells on every corner. Finally, someone's brought one. Plenty more of that to come. So, we mentioned the Italians. Their strongest pairs, their strongest singles runners not here. So, Philipp Brunner and Manuel Weichensteiner. Manuel, the son of Gerda Weichensteiner, Olympic bobslayer. They're 4th in the Nations Cup. And the likes of Rieder and Keinswaldner, Nagler and Malea, with the big Italy pairs. But these two were 16th in that Olympic test event. And they lead us off here, the first of 17, on day 2 here in Winterberg. Reminder, shorter track, 945 meters.
Brunner Weichensteiner dropping into the track. On this start ramp, it's really important to be on the left-hand side so you can cut into that tricky curve 4 start curve. You're not going fast there, but it can put you on your face in an instant. But Brunner Weichensteiner looking like they've got years of experience as they navigate the Veltins Kreisel from 8 to curve 9, the signature curve on this track, 9-10. Beautiful flat line through 11. That sets the tone for this labyrinth. But you're seeing how quickly they have to move through those very, very fast labyrinth curves. 127 kilometers an hour and a downtime of 43.168 to open up the times for this doubles.
And a reminder, there's no target to aim for in terms of making a cut like in the men's singles, because we've only got 17 pairs. The 17 go in both runs. They'll just go in reverse order in the second run.
I really love that entrance into 11, so smooth. You know, it's rare you see a double sled go smoother than the single sled, but I think that's one of the best we've seen in the last 2 days.
There's your classic doubles pairing. Big man on top, smaller man on the bottom. Christian Bosman and Bruno Mick go next for Slovakia. What can they do in terms of putting a dent in this time? All that calm at the top, and then the burst of power as they look for the perfect start, as they get themselves into position.
Not bad at all from Bosman and Mick. Bruno Mick, his father, a very well-known Slovakian double slider, Lubomir Mick, now coach of the US team. The US team have gone to Lake Placid, to practice for the next, well, for the World Cup in a couple of weeks' time. Get some extra training in. But he's obviously inherited lots of his father's skills because they're looking good here, though.
Here they are. Oh, that was a big mistake, though. They did really well to correct, but it will have cost them time. Surely it did.
Such a good top section from Bosman and Mick. Just got caught out in that labyrinth. Commentator's curse right there in action as they glided through those top curves. Made such easy work of them. And 11 didn't look too bad either, but then you see 13, 14 here on one runner. That's so difficult. They've got to really, that's where the top man is working hard, but also the bottom man is earning all his money by just stabilizing that sled, just dabbing the foot. Survival skills to the maximum on the entrance to 14.
I must say, that was up there with the best timed commentators' curses I've ever heard. I've been doing this a long time, but they're going well, Dave, followed straight away by that is sensational. Keep up the good work.
My gift to you.
Chmielewski and Gankarczyk next for Poland. 14th in that Olympic test event, 12th here last season. Chmielewski, the veteran, previously partnered with Kuba Kobalewski in 2 Olympic Games. This a new partnership, always developing, of course. They get another run here at Winterberg, having got in the mixed.
Yeah, they're looking good on that start. As you saw, they went down that left-hand side, got a nice cut into that start curve. That gets you a mountain of time from the double start. They're looking very smooth through the Veltins Kreisel. The Poles have a partnership with the German team where the larger team takes a smaller team under their wing as part of the International Luge Federation Pattenschaft program. We see them going through this labyrinth here. Great sliding from the double, sliding it like a single sled. We should see a new leader, and we do, by almost 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, that's outstanding from Chmielewski and Gankarczyk. They move into the lead, as Mark was saying, by nearly 0.2. And that's a big margin in this sport, but of course, big names to come. Hoy and Kaczmar next for Ukraine, and then Gat and Scherp, the Austrians.
Look at that position from the top man. Perfect aerodynamic form.
Green light.
Was that word you invented yesterday, aerodynamicism?
You have to be your own aerodynamicist. I still need to look that up and see if it's a word.
That was it. So, Hoy and Kaczmar, the Ukrainians now. Hoy, the top man, Kaczmar at the bottom. 19th in the Olympic test event. Close to top 15 here in January. Great view of that ice, a great view of what they face at the start here. There goes the power, there goes the explosion from Hoy and Kaczmar.
I like that start curve, right down the left-hand side of the ramp. Almost too close to the left wall, but they handled it pretty much inch perfectly. Very smooth transition from 6 to Kreisel. Trying to get all that speed out of Kreisel. Kreisel takes speed off your sled because there's pressure on the sled the whole way around it. And 9-10, driven very nicely from this Ukrainian pairing. Nice flat line through 11 and a smooth labyrinth. Little tap of the feet into Zeal, but that was almost preemptive. I think he felt the skid coming on and just arrested it as he crossed the finish line into 4th place for Ukraine.
Yeah, the speed wasn't there, was it? It was down, over half a second behind. Hoy and Kaczmar will not be causing an upset here.
Just tapping those feet there on the entrance to 14. Don't know if he needed to, but he's much closer to the action than we are, so we're going to assume he made the right decision.
And that's the problem, isn't it? Every tiny instinct, and it is an instinct. I know it's a trained instinct, but it's still an instinctive decision, and it can cost you. And you're making these decisions in, well, we keep talking about 1,000th of a second. You're making decisions that quickly. Yuri Thomas Gat, Ricardo Scherp, 24 years of age, both of them. Both won gold at the Team Relay at the Junior Worlds in 2019, world champions at Altenburg in 2024. 9th in Whistler, a disappointing defense for them, but let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, these guys have got a lot in the tank. Definitely one of the first elite teams we've seen today. Straight into the green after a less than optimal start by their standards. But making up for it with their sliding. Just hanging on to the exit profile of Kreisel there. It's the first time we've seen that. It's nudging him into a P11 as well. Very high on the exit. 11 goes early to 12. Gets it back though. Great survival skills from Gat and Schopf. Crossing the finish line into first place. That could have been dicey through the labyrinth, but they showed their class in curve 12.
Yeah, they certainly did. And you can see his heart was beating fast there.
Beautiful start down the left-hand wall, just going a touch early there. This works quite nicely for the doubles. It's not a pretty-looking curve, curve 4. You tend to go up and fall off it anyway. A little bit of relief there from Yuri Gat after that beginning of a rodeo ride in curve 12.
So, Mikael Sevic and Krasts to go next. They crashed here at Winterberg last season. Two good, solid Latvian pairs, Bots and Pluma, to come later. These two fourth in the men's doubles in the 2024 World Championships in Altenburg, the ones I was referencing earlier. See what they can do here, if they can attack that time of Gat and Schopf. They're outside it at the moment.
Just a little tap on the way into Kreisel. Being a shorter track, these mistakes at the top just compound so much more. And it's put them into the red almost by 2/10. They're making up for it here. Curve 11, that's a nice curve 11. That should set them up well for the labyrinth, and it does. A little skid into finish curve, a little high in the entrance, but they get it back. Just not enough, quarter of a second back into bronze medal position.
Yeah, it was a good recovery. Put themselves in a difficult situation there. Mikael Sevic and Krasts. So still Gat and Schopf, as we would have expected beforehand. The two who lead, two Romanian pairs to come next before the big guns start to appear.
See, this is 11, I think. Don't quite see that mistake in 12, but that was the precursor. Good news is they've got a green light, so they can go straight back up to the top and start talking tactics.
So, the Romanian pair of Tudor Handeric and Sebastian Mocha will be followed by Gitlan and Serban straight afterwards. Take a look at their start. There's the time to beat there. Just outside it, 7th fastest so far. And they're the 7th to go.
Love these Romanian suits. So good to see something a little bit different in this sport. You see him stretching out there in the Kreisel, trying to make up for that start. We go around 8 into 9. Lovely entrance to 9. That's should give him a nice smooth exit. Just rises up on the exit there though, into 9. Out of 9, into the labyrinth we go. Little high on the exit, a little skid, but he keeps it together. 125 kilometers per hour on that tricky uphill section. 8/10 of a second back into 6th place for Handeric and Motzka.
They go above Hoy and Kanchmar. Oh, a couple of Santa hats there, making an appearance already. Bravo. I can't recommend anything specific, but I imagine this part of the world would be pretty good for a Christmas market. Can't see how it wouldn't be.
They do love a Christmas market.
South Westphalia, you've got to be sort of wooden huts. And plenty of warmth. You'll drop of cocoa, a bit of alcohol, that kind of thing. Great one in Birmingham, in the Midlands, in the UK. Run by a German, predictably, but still in Birmingham. Gitlan and Serban then 5th in Beijing, the Olympic Games, and targeting that as well, 20th in that Olympic test event.
Here we go with that inter-team rivalry between the two Romanians. They're going to be trying to chase down their teammates on this run. Just bumping on very early there, getting it back together. That may cost them, though. That was a rocky start to the run into curve 4.
As you say, there's so little time to put it right. Any mistake is hugely compounded in these doubles events.
And they're so close at times in doubles, so close together. Literally everyone is the elite of the elite in the sport. They're such specialists. Curve 11 now, setting themselves up for the labyrinth. Just a bit of a skid there. We saw that happening in the middle of 13. It's a bit flat across the middle. Gave himself some work to do. Dropping down to 8th place, Gitlan Serban.
Yeah, that's a poor run by their high standards. Over a second behind. Second is a long time in this sport.
To the start, trying to do what's called a hook steer. You see him trying to lift the right-hand Kufen up with his leg. Just wasn't enough. And then that power slide into the uphill section. As we've said on a few occasions, this curve takes a very long time when you make a mistake because it's so dramatically uphill towards the finish. An incredibly cruel curve.
Guess who? Steuenkindl. So Wolfi's back. Hasn't had enough yet. Big smile from him. World Cup overall champions in their first season together a couple of seasons ago. Both incredible sliders, but particularly Wolfi-Kindl. What a pair these two are.
It's the dream doubles pairing. I mean, if Wolfi wasn't such a great singles slider, I'm sure he'd been on the back of a double sled sooner, but he was just too good at everything. Just bumping onto curve 8 there, though. That will be tricky for them. Very parallel into 9, but they deal with it well. Out of 10 to 11. Let's see how this line round 11. Very nice, though, into the labyrinth. Just trying to keep it together through their little rocky. Out of 13 to 14, 122 kilometers per hour.
Well, they've lost time there. That keeps them behind the Poles and the Latvians.
And we've got to wonder, is that the track deteriorating or was that the compounding mistake?
Well, it's a very good question, isn't it?
It's not looking too frosty. There's still like a nice sheen to the ice. But those little mistakes in the labyrinth, not massive. They dealt with them well. But as soon as those steels start skidding and cutting ice and you go into that uphill section, it gets tough. And to compound it, they've got a blue light on the test. So now they've got to get their equipment checked, from the sled to the suits to the body weight to everything.
Wow. Well, you said as the course slowed up, we're going to start to find out, because Wendel and Alt, the legends who proved just how hungry they still are yesterday. They'll be followed by Orla Mwenda and Gubitz, Bots and Plumer, Eggert Müller, Müller-Frauscher. We'll soon find out if it's slow, but these two will tell us plenty. The two Tobys, Wendel at the front, Alt underneath. We know the story, 6 Olympic golds each. They are truly remarkable. And here they go, and they move in front straight away. Great start to take them ahead of Gat and Schurf. They want that to stay green now, Wendel and Alt.
Perfect start curve. And a beautiful entrance to Kreisel.
They will start still as favourites for everything, but they've lost a little bit of time there. 2,000th behind Gat and Schurf now. So work for Wendel and Alt to do here.
Let's see what the Bayern Express has got through the labyrinth. Trying to find some speed, but they've got to find almost 300s. This is going to be tough.
And they didn't find it. They're into second. Gat and Schurf's excellent run still has them in front.
still within touching distance, and very much all to play for this second run. Just rising up on the exit there. See them go into 14. Choppy by their standards.
They can't win every single race. They'd like to, but it's not possible. And as you say, they're still very much within range. Ola Mwenda and Gubitz proudly wearing those world champion bibs. Powerful Germans here. Maybe just a little window here for them. Gatt and Schöpf the target.
Very big mistake on the start there, though. They went left, they went right, got it back together by the start curve, but that is going to be expensive. You need to use all of that gradient on the start ramp to bring speed into the track. You make a mistake on the start, that's one that's really going to compound.
Already over a tenth of a second to make up. Let's take a look at the next split. Yeah, it is compounding down the track at the moment, that error.
One of the best 910s we've seen, though. Is it going to be enough, though? Bit of ice coming out the back of the sled into the finish curve as well.
Well, it takes them into third. It wasn't enough. So still Gatt and Schöpf with the advantage. Botts and Plume, Eggert and Müller and Frauscher. Then after that, you would suspect there won't be a big challenge. So it's going well for Gatt and Schöpf right now.
See the marks on the ice from the steels, just showing that they're starting to cut through a little bit of frost. And this is where sled setup is going to be so important for the second run.
Botts and Plume had a great first run in that Olympic test event. They were 5th and they faded to 10th. Silver in the men's doubles at the World Championships in Whistler earlier on this year. 4th in Beijing in the men's doubles. They are serious players, make no mistake. Here go the Latvians.
Smooth start curve, smooth start, Robotti racing, Botts and Plume. Let's see how this transition to Kreisel goes. So go from 6 to Kreisel. Very, very smooth round lines going straight through those blue markers. Good cross to curve 8 as well. This is looking like a good run for Botts and Plume. Gatt and Schöpf have really thrown down a marker.
You just have to stay in touch, and they're doing that, Botts and Plume, but still ground to make up here. It's a great run from Gatt and Schöpf, and no one has got close enough yet. Botts and Plume move third ahead of Ola Mwenda and Gubitz. Still Vendel and Alt in second.
Martins Rubinas, bronze medalist in the Torino Olympics in 2006, now coaching the Latvians. Very good sled technician. And a good solid run from Botts and Plume, really putting himself in contention to maybe move up in the second run.
Now then, Tony Eggert, one of the most decorated ever doubles athletes, largely with Benecken, now with Müller, 11-time world champion. These two, 5th at Winterberg last year, 5th in the World Championships in Whistler. Here they go, Eggert and Müller.
We got to say, Dave, there's some unfinished business here. Last time we saw Eggert and Müller on a sled was yesterday in the mixed doubles, where they were being helped out of the belly of curve 14 after a big crash at the exit of the labyrinth.
Yeah, that's right. They were in great shape, weren't they? And made a big mistake.
Starting to lose a little bit of time through here. 9:10 though, looking good. Let's see what they've got through the labyrinth. Can they build some speed through the steep part of the course? That's exactly where they made a mistake yesterday, and they get through it nicely. They cross the finish line into bronze medal position.
Yeah, they take third. Everyone's taking third. No one can get close to Gatten, Schurpf, and Wendel and Alt at the moment. Yannick Müller and Armin Frauscher to come. Remember Vavacek and Smee, the Slovakians, pulling out. Both of them, or one of them ill anyway, not able to take their place, which is a shame.
It was interesting, Jonas Müller talk about the setup in the singles. And with Müller, Frauscher to go, let's see if the Austrian coaches have got the setup right for these very tricky weather conditions here in Winterberg.
Third here in the World Cup race in January. 6th in the World Cup standings overall, 7th in the previous season. The big wind up here, and now they burst, now they go. Gatten, Schurpf, the target here, just outside.
Okay, let's see what you've got. Did enough at the start. They've got to find 0.04 of a second, and they've got about 600 meters left to do it in. So
when you put it like that, it's such a difficult equation. 800s to find now. Just got to stay enough in touch to give themselves a chance in the second run. Have they picked up anything here?
Hanging on the end of curve 9, that may cost them a little bit more. But the top speed is good, Dave.
Yeah, 127. They move third. They are tightly grouped here.
Got to say that bronze medal in the second run is very much up for grabs. Probably 6 teams that could take it.
Definitely feels that way. It's so, so tight.
See 13-14 transition.
By the way, the women's doubles is going to follow pretty much straight away. We'll have a small break and then pick up with that. Then it's second runs.
That final shot just showing us how steep that finish curve really is.
So Daniel Martinsovsky and Bogdan Babora go here for Ukraine. They'll be followed by Maxim Panchuk and Andriy Mutz before Balt Galvis and Yakshiboga for Latvia. Martinsovsky and Babora then.
Big, powerful start from the Ukrainians. 12th fastest start of the day. And in touching distance, 2/10 back.
What's the point you were making about the doubles? It's so tight in terms of time. You can make an impact. They've dropped time, though. Martinsovsky and Babora.
It's going to be tough with that start time. So they're going to have to do something special here. Make it clean, make it fast. A little skid going into 14. Just saw the spray come off the back of the sled. Into 13th spot.
Yeah, 13th for them, 15 have gone. Shake of the head from their coach. Their teammates are going to go next. Looks like Gatten and Schurpf are going to be going last in our second run. A little bit later on this afternoon.
Just saw that little skid going into the finish curve. Didn't look like much, but any time you lose through that labyrinth, just gets compounded as you trek uphill towards the finish line.
So Panchuk and Mutz, the penultimate doubles pair here in our first run of this Winterberg men's doubles. The Austrian pair of Gatt and Schöpf lead the way. A good start from Panchuk and Mutz, the 7th fastest that we've seen.
That's going to help the inter-team rivalry between these two Ukrainian teams for sure. Getting that positive speed down the ramp into the track, so crucial in doubles.
And the advantage they had, they've thrown it away a bit in that section.
10 though, nice flat line through 11. A great transition there. Little bump onto 14, that's not going to cost them. This is definitely going to help their cause into 16th position.
Yeah, 16th and last at the moment. Over a second behind.
Hard lines there through the top curves. See them go round the Veltinskreisel, stretching out. See the position on the sled. These guys are really going for it. And it's a great shot there. You see his right foot just twisting around the coof, and this is so good on a double sled. You can really see the inputs that the athletes are making to the sled to make sure it goes where they want to go. It's that balance of letting the sled run and just giving a little help.
So our final pair, the third Latvian pair, Baltgavis and Jaksiboga, to round off our first run of this men's doubles. Already seen Felix Loch take the men's singles earlier on, dramatically great racing. Women's doubles to follow pretty shortly.
Down the right-hand side of the ramp, that makes that curve 4 twice as tricky. They deal with it well, though. They've stayed soft, they stayed cool and calm. Almost 3/10 back now. They've given themselves a mountain to climb here. Tiny, tiny errors compounding. But curve 9, looking bad at all. Putting a little early onto 11, little loopy round 11. Let's see how it fixes it. Get airborne out of 13. That was almost disaster for Baltgavis Jaksiboga. But they deal with it and cross the finish line into 12th place.
They did so well to recover there. They flew, as you say. They did go airborne and somehow recover it. Wow.
Well, let's see how Uldis Jaksiboga's feeling after having the full weight of his top man land on him after going airborne like that. Still got the strength to carry the sled, though, but he doesn't look too happy about it.
I'm tempted to say, how do you think he's feeling? Heaven knows. Wow, well.
See, when you're on the right hand of the ramp, you just can't make that cut into curve 4. But you see they're just hanging on to 12 here and just catch early, almost do a wheelie into curve 13. And then back up on the exit, and from there it's just survival. You see the back of the sled just skidding out. Great pictures we get here in Winterberg, and that big plume of ice coming out the back of the sled. Doing a great job to keep it.
Yeah, brilliant pictures, like you say. Anyway, so Gatt and Schöpf will lead the way. They're somehow 12th, I've no idea how. Baltgavis and Jaksiboga. Hodson, Pluma, Sevic, Mikhailsevic and Kras, 5th and 8th. So Gatt and Schöpf lead the way from Wendel and Alt, who will look to come roaring back in our second run a bit later. Müller and Frauscher and Eggert and Müller and Botts and Pluma complete the top 5. Olamwenda and Gubitz just in behind. And the Ukrainian 3 there. That battle between the team, Martinsovsky and Babora currently leading that in 15th. So that's the story from the first run of the men's doubles. We'll be over to the women's doubles very, very shortly here in Winterberg. That's coming soon. Stay with us. It'll be starting in round about 15, 16 minutes time. So we look forward now to the women's doubles here at Winterberg. Had a thrilling men's doubles first run already. And let's take a look at Winterberg. Let's take a look at what faces them. We've already seen what this track length means. The vertical drop's obvious. It's the same for the singles course, but the track length means you can't make a mistake. The timings, the differences are so tiny. Kreisel comes on you very, very quickly. And this is where they start. Turn 4 for the singles track. And they go through the Kreisel down to the labyrinth. Every mistake is punished, and uphill they finish. Looks easy, doesn't it? It's anything but. So that is Winterberg in real life. That was the simulation that we show you. And now we can show you this POV.
So here they go into curve 4. It's actually from curve, just trying to get my bearings here, into the Kreisel. And Kreisel to curve 8, such a critical point, especially when you're not carrying that much speed. And then 9-10, really important because this sets you up for the labyrinth. If you get that right, the labyrinth is easy. If you get it slightly wrong, it gets very choppy very fast, and you have that big uphill finish curve, and you cross the finish line.
Beautifully described from our two-time Olympian Mark Hatton. And there's the Veltins Ice Arena here in Winterberg. Just a glorious sight, isn't it? So we wait for our athletes. We look at the temperature, 3.7 degrees the air, the ice is 0.
That's pretty soft. 3.7 degrees, so that's still going to frost up. They're trying to make sure it doesn't, but it's going to be tough. This warm weather, Winterberg coming in right at the last minute as a host for this race. Usually they don't get a World Cup until after Christmas when it gets colder up here in North Germany. But they're doing their very utmost to provide a wonderful field of play, and all week it's been really fast training.
So the women's doubles, here's the start list. Going to get underway with the Canadians, BT Podolsky and Kaylee Allen. And it will happen very, very quickly, of course it will. In all, 13 go here, and they will go again. Remember, we've got the men's doubles second run to come. That's set up beautifully, isn't it? And then the second run of the women's will go after that. Women's singles is tomorrow, and the team relay as well. I think they went to the same coach shop.
The Polish team looking at cooling down these runners. You see they use snowballs on the steels to bring the temperature down so they're legal to go down the track. Can't have your steels too hot or it's a disqualification. You see they all carry these temperature probes to coaches, and it's a science. See Andy Langenhan there, who was the track record holder here in men's singles. In fact, still is the track record holder. Willi Huber, talking to someone important, no doubt. Thorsten Gorlitzer. All of these wonderful retired athletes moving on into coaching, bringing on the next generation.
So we wait to get underway. And it will be BT Podolsky and Kaylee Allen, based in Calgary. BT 20 years of age, Kaylee 22, and you will know these two athletes very well, Mark.
Just such a great team, these two. If you want to see someone that does sport for the love, or a pairing that do the sport for the love of it, look at these two. They just seem to have fun every time they get on the track.
So Podolsky on top, Allen on the bottom. Podolski switched from bottom to top. They were 8th in the World Championships in Whistler. Team relay bronze at the same Worlds. Let's see what they can do here.
Looking good into Kreisel so far. Lovely flat line through Kreisel. One of the better ones we've seen today from either gender of the double sleds. Little whip wobble going into curve 9 there, but they get away with it, just riding up on the end of 9. 11 looking okay. Let's make this labyrinth good now, guys. Go into 14. That's a beautiful labyrinth from Podolski Allen. They've done everything they can there to put down a good marker. 44.039 for Podolski Allen of Canada.
Yeah, great start for them. Next up, it'll be the Latvians, but good sliding from Podolski and Allen. Got that angle that you want.
Just got knocked away from that left wall, just hit the profile of the start ramp. Just got knocked towards that right wall, and that made start curve really tough for them, but they definitely made the best of a bad deal there. And straight into a blue light as well, so they had to go and get the equipment controlled, but they'll be back up soon for the second run.
Oh, happy days for them. So Ander Upita and Madara Pavlova now. Pavlova, 17 years of age. Upita with so much experience, even though she's in her mid-20s. Second in the Nations Cup, gets them here. Oh, and there's an error from the start, goodness me.
Somehow managed to stop the sled from skidding. I think in those warm temperatures saved them a little bit there. On a hard ice, that would have been a tough exit from curve 4. But they've made the best of the conditions there with a tricky start. So now they're getting their composure back into curve 9.
Not got that much time to put things right. Let's see if they've managed to do anything. They have Upita and Pavlova here. Trying to challenge that time now. Podolski and Allen in this first run. Still in touch. Into seconds, but still in touch.
That entrance to 14 was one of the better ones we've seen, and I think that made a big difference. Slightly better than Podolski Allen's, but this start curve, you see they just get in too early and then get pushed towards that wall. This is entrance 9. One of the trickier curves on the track. Takes a real fine touch, real fine feeling to link together curve 9 and 10.
That was a big cowbell. We're all turning up. Must have smuggled that in a bag. Lena Riedel and Anna Lech to go next. The older of the Riedel-Lech pairings. Marie and Nina, their sisters a year, 2 years younger. 8th in that Olympic test event. Want to make a mark here. Away they go. Great view of that start. Into position they go as well.
That'll do down the start. Cut it a little bit fine, but got away with it very, very nicely. As we go into curve 6. Little early to Kreisel there, though, so they have to make a small correction. Shouldn't cost them too much, though, but as we saw in the men's, this is doubles, and doubles racing is tight. Into the green, though, for Riedel and Lurch over Podolski Allen. Let's see what they've got at this 35 split. The all-important labyrinth, but they've got a quarter of a second to play with.
126 kilometers per hour. Riedel and Lech still in the green. And that's excellent. That's confident and excellent. And they move into the lead.
Half a second almost for Riedel and Lurch. See, that good start curve they got really made a difference, allowed them to carry their speed into the track. We see their entrance 13, and then the exit. It's a little correction, but a nice, safe entrance into the finish curve. And really compounding that good run. Knocking Podolski Allen off the top spot.
So now, Nadia Falkensteiner, Annalena Huber, the Italian pair. Remember, a weekend of chances for the Italian sliders. Riedel and Leg in front in the early stages.
That was a great shot on the start of the steels. And the grooves in the ice, that means it's getting still very warm up there. Steels digging into the ice. Little choppy through 6 into Kreisel, 5 to 6 transition.
By the time they picked up at the start, they lost in the next section. Still in the red.
Just hanging on to the exit of Kreisel there as well. Just tiny little errors at the moment, but everything else looking good. Falkensteiner Huber still very young in the sport, and a sport where experience is so important. Just bumping onto 13, big power slide. That's going to really affect them. This curve is going to take an age for them to go uphill. Over a second back and into 4th place for Falkensteiner Huber.
And you could really see the power slide costing them there. It was a great, not for them, but a great illustration for us of what it could do, because you could feel the momentum going.
Yeah, you see them just bump on, get a little airborne as well. And then when you go sideways into there, it's just like dragging a parachute behind your sled. You see the ice plume just rooster-tailing out the back of the sled, one way, then the other. Massive disappointment.
Yeah, it's tough for them there.
Huber.
There was a chance. Did well to hold on, but doesn't help with the time. Lisa Marie Stork and Paulina Patz now. First of the Germans to go, with Degenhardt, Rosenthal, Eitberger, Matschina still to come. What can Stork and Patz do? Riedel and Leg still the pair they're aiming at, and that's an outstanding start already.
Yeah, this is looking great for the German pairing. Almost a 10th ahead at the 12 split. That start really making a difference for them.
Yeah, they're holding on to that. Staying in the green, Stork and Patz.
One of the better 9-10 transitions we've seen as well. Beautiful flat line around 11, just hanging on the end a little long though. Little skid.
The foot went down, didn't it? You could see it clearly. Let's see if it's affected them. It did, but they hold on. Oh, it's a bumpy ending as well. Wow. Anything but smooth, but they're smiling, and they're in front.
Well, that preemptive drop of the feet, I think, actually saved them from a much bigger power slide. You see them just go ever so slightly airborne there. And you just see her just drop the feet there preemptively, straight back up. And absolutely made the best of that tricky angle into the finish curve.
Great reaction, that.
Julia Talbot's and Natalie Mark both going to be racing tomorrow in the women's singles. That's going to be an absolute humdinger of a race as well.
Domowitz and Piwkowska go next then for Poland. Stork and Patz are leaders. What can the Poles do here? Well, 3/10 off at the moment.
Going to say Domowitz and Piwkowska very quick into the track there. That was interesting. We just finished seeing the leader box, and when we saw them as they skid into the finish curve as well, that's also going to cost this Polish pairing. But only back by half a second. That puts them in touching distance.
Yeah, they go into 5th ahead of Falkensteiner and Huber, who we saw make that big mistake. Six down, 7 to go in this small women's field that will go twice.
One of the better start curves we've seen today. from the poles. See the German coaching paying dividends for these athletes. You see them just skidding into 14 there, doing a great job of correcting. They're going very high in the entrance. And again, that's an expensive mistake on the entrance of 14. Now they've got to go get controlled, but at least they don't have to have the sled taken apart. Red light just meaning they've got to go get the weight taken, get a few checks and balances done.
This has been a fantastic education, the light system from you, all the inside knowledge. I'm watching out for the blue light now.
See, the trick in the old days used to be ping pong balls in a bucket, and you'd take 2 ping pong balls, so you had a choice.
Oh, I see. The dark arts, eh? Stechkiv and Mock to go now for Ukraine. 10th here in Winterberg in January. They made a good start as well.
Wow, Stechkiv, Mock straight into the green. We know the Ukrainians with such a great summer training program, traditionally very strong starters, and traditionally always present in the doubles events.
Lost the time from the start now, though, over 1/10 of a second behind.
Smooth curve 11.
Oh, and they nearly lost it there.
Just saw them go just so early to 13. And once that happens, you're actually a bit of a passenger on the sled. There's not a lot you can do when you get that early entrance to 13. Hopefully we'll see it in the slow-mo.
In 5th, Stechkiv and Mock. See the frustration from the coach there. And their body language straight away too, acknowledging the error. I love the honesty, by the way, of these athletes. Thumbs down straight away. I wish you got more of that in other sports. No smoke and mirrors in luge, I tell you.
Stechkiv also a very accomplished single slider as well, which helps so much.
Back-to-back world champions in women's doubles. First ever mixed doubles world champions. Here goes Zelina Egler and Lara Kipp. Up there with the favourites to win this race, certainly. 4,000th outside Stork and Pats, but now they go into the green, Egler and Kipp.
Egler and Kipp just been the form team for the last few years. Some of the original women's doubles athletes when it first came on the scene, just hanging on to the exit profile of Kreisel. That's not going to cost them much. Let's see what it's like in 9-10 though, and as we expect from these two, just inch perfect. A few little hits in the labyrinth though. This could be effective. They hang on by 1/4 of a second over Storch and Pats.
Yeah, the labyrinth was a bit wobbly, wasn't it? But Egler and Kipp, so much speed. So much good stuff at the top of the course. They get it done. High fives all round.
And Dave, sometimes in this sport, when it's not pretty, it's actually fast. You can overdrive these sleds. And sometimes when you let them run, it looks a little bit like that, but you carry so much speed. But that takes guts. You see them just bumping on. Everyone makes mistakes in this sport, but the really good athletes know how to fix them straight away.
Next, Degenhardt, Rosenthal. We saw them in action yesterday. Final bits of focus. First ever women's doubles world champions. That was here 3 years ago. Silver in Whistler this year after another win in Oberhof. Rosenthal very much based here. This is her home track. Egler and Kipp lead the way. One German pair, Stork and Pat, separating the Austrians, but two strong German pairs to go. Starting with Degenhardt and Rosenthal.
And that's the best start curve we've seen all day from any of the teams. Degenhardt, Rosenthal showing their class right from the very top of the track.
Absolutely flying here, Degenhardt and Rosenthal, as they did yesterday in the mixed doubles.
Yep, here comes the multiplier, bringing all that speed into 9.10. This is where it gets really quick and really dicey if you don't get it right. Degenhardt, Rosenthal, so much experience on the track, a little bit of a skid into the finish curve. That is not going to cost them a lot.
Oh, spectacular from Degenhardt and Rosenthal. 600ths ahead. What a run from the Germans. Over to you, Eidberger and Matschina now.
Just that transition into 14. See them just going a little early, but that correction she made, just world class. And you see how flat and true their line is around the finish curve. Those are the micro improvements that make a real difference on this track.
So Eidberger and Matschina. Eidberger, a big name in singles, silver in Pyeongchang. Switched to doubles last year. These two won the Olympic test event. Whatever you think of that, but they did.
And last night when we were watching the mixed, we saw one of the saddest sights in this sport. The gates failing to open when their men's doubles team crashed in the finish curve. They were confined to barracks up at women's start. Couldn't take their run. So again, some unfinished business for Eidberger and Matschina. That's going to be pricey, though. 16 thousandths of a second in it. Let's see how it looks in the next split.
Still in the red, aren't they?
Don't think they've got enough to make it back. 800ths of a second. 127 kilometers an hour.
Into third. Eidberger, Matschina, Degenhardt and Rosenthal lead from Egler and Kipp. Eidberger, Matschina in third. It's going to be some second run this in both men's doubles and women's.
So close. This is real racing. Tight racing. You see on the start here, such a powerful athlete, Diana Eidberger. But this mistake into curve 11. See, they just hung on there a little too long. Out of 13, got a little bit airborne in the finish curve. All those small mistakes cost them, but at least they get the green light so they can go up and figure out how to do it better than next time.
Marta Robesnica, Katia Bogdanova, 6th in that Olympic test event, the Latvians, 5th in Winterberg in January. Made that big mistake in the mixed doubles on 13, if you remember. What can they do here?
7 thousandths of a second. That's now gone down to 400ths. Bit of a loopy Kreisel. See how that affects their transition to 8, handling it well, handling it calmly. It's curve 9. Trying to make that transition between 9 and 10 as smooth as possible, and they do as they go into 11. Big sideways again.
They've lost it.
Huge crash out of 13.
Same place, give or take, that they made the mistake yesterday. Robesnica and Bogdanova will not finish. Let's just hope they're okay.
Just saw the sled go almost sideways there. Almost looked like if they'd not been so experienced, would have almost gone backwards. That was a huge crash, huge air time. Let's hope they're both okay.
They look to be moving all right. I know, sort of rudimentary, isn't it? We won't know fully, but it's good to see them getting out of the sled. Here it is again, Mark.
So you see them just going making that tiny correction and going sideways across 13. And then back up like a pendulum into the exit profile. Little piece of their sled in the track, I think, as well. Huge crash there. But these athletes are tough. You have to be to do doubles.
Oh, look at the anguish there. 13 becomes 12, I'm afraid. Inconsolable for it to happen twice in 2 days, more dramatically the second day, but you know what I mean. Oh dear, and she's sobbing there up on the course.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Worried faces all around.
Out of the track. Good to see. They're going to get checked out.
Yeah, quite right. I suppose as well, Mark, you know, we saw her in tears there, Robersnitzer, and sobbing, and she still is. But it's not just the disappointment, it's the shock. I mean, the shock of that happening at that speed, that suddenly, brings out all kinds of emotion.
I can believe it, yeah, but I think that emotion is possibly that of a missed chance as well. They were having such a nice run before that. And they're such an accomplished team. They've come so far in such a short time.
Well, who knows? Olympic gold, you know. We might look back on that, mightn't we? Say, remember that moment when they were crying, when they were sobbing and everything looked lost? Here they are on top of the podium in Milan Cortina. I mean, stranger things have happened. First women's doubles at the Olympics, of course. Now, Raluca Stramaturadu, the 40-year-old from Busteni. Third full season with Mihaela Manolescu, the soldier. Won the Nations Cup here in January. There's those fantastic Romanian suits that Mark's a big fan of.
Fancy helmets as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, they look great. They really do. As you say, it's great to see someone sort of having a think about it and giving a bit of brightness. It's fantastic.
Little mistake into Kreisel. Out of 6, just saw some ice come up. A bit of ice for Schleiss. See that top leg. Having to do some big corrections into 11. Let's get those feet up, Raluca. There we go, she gets it back on track. Into the labyrinth, but that's going to be costly for Stramaturadu Manolescu. That knocks him back into 10th place. That's going to be disappointing. Usually so good through those top curves, Stramaturadu Manolescu, especially 9 and 10. They've ridden it perfectly all week. Sometimes those tiny variables make the difference. As you see him just riding up on the exit of 10, onto one runner, sorry, on the exit of 9, completely missing out 10, and then going very late into 11. You see the curve and the G-force just bring them up in the entrance. And when you go up that high, the only way to go is back down.
Finally, Praksova and Spitsova, pair from Slovakia, both just 19 years of age. They're bringing these young pairs through countries like Slovakia, trying to see if they can make an impact. These two born within 5 weeks of each other. Degenhardt and Rosenthal are going to go into that second run in the lead, I think. It'll just be 12 in that second run. It'll be men's, then women's, to round off a glorious day in Winterberg.
Praksova, Spitsova very much learning on the job here, but looking great. The start curve looked a little strange. Saw Praksova's hand just come out of the sled. And a little bit of a rodeo ride through 9-10, but handling it well. Keep it together, girls. Through the labyrinths they go. Power slide into the finish curve. Just see the speed come off, see the momentum go into 12th place for Praksova and Spitsova.
Well, effectively, they're 12th of 13 with the error of Robesnitsa and Bogdanova, but they'll go first in the second run. You can see how disappointed they look. As you said, still learning, still young. You're allowed to make mistakes, and everyone's got to start somewhere.
The Racing World Cup at this age, just wonderful. Making that step up from the junior ranks. See them just falling out of curve 12 into 13. Here we go, the 13 to 14 transition. Such a great camera angle. Just losing the back of the sled there. Just losing traction. You just see it's the back of the sled skid up into the curve. Feet pointed down. You see the ice flying out the back of the sled there. That's like pulling on the handbrake, doing a handbrake turn. But the great thing about this sport, you got one more run, so they can learn from this and go up and send it on the second run and fix all those little mistakes.
So Degenhardt and Rosenthal leading, Egler and Kipp in second, Eitberger, Matschina third, Stork, Patz in fourth, Riedel, Leck in fifth, and Podolski Allen with a great run as well. Plenty with chances, I think it's fair to say, going into the second run. And we've already seen that anything can happen. Robesnitsa and Bogdanova crashing out. And let's hope they're okay, both emotionally, and they look fine physically. So it's going to be the men's doubles second run that will come next in these glorious surroundings in Winterberg. What fun we've had so far, and what fun is coming our way. That men's doubles second run in, as you can see, round about 40 minutes time, and we will be back for that shortly. So time for the second run of the men's doubles here in Winterberg. Müller and Frauscher currently in third. Good form from them so far. Tell you what, this is going to be really exciting because Wendel and Alt will be coming for the leaders, Gat and Schurp. 600ths of a second between them. Here's Gat and Schurp. They lead the way from Wendel and Alt, and Müller and Frauscher, their teammates. Two Austrians in the top three, the Germans in between. So welcome back to Winterberg. It's going to be the conclusion of the men's doubles, swiftly followed by the conclusion of the women's doubles. There's the news on the temperature. The air 5.1 degrees, the ice still at 0. What do you make of all of that, Mark?
Well, it's certainly soft still. That warm weather's not looking at stopping for now. So it's going to be very important. The start order, you know, it may affect those athletes that have done so well in the first run.
Well, that is intriguing, because there's one or two dangerous pairs, Stoy and Kindle, lying 9th at the moment, for example. Just saying whether something could happen there. This is how this fabulous course looks. And here once again is our virtual look at it. For the doubles, remember, the track length 945 meters, vertical drop of 110, so significantly shorter than the singles course, but it makes it more of a challenge. The Kreisel, the 270 degrees pointed out for you there. Here's the start. They are straight into it. You can see how much further down it is from the single start. They go into that Kreisel and then around, then they head down to the labyrinth where they pick up so much speed before the uphill finish. And a POV is coming up with Mark to talk us through just what lies in wait for all of these athletes. Here we go.
Straight into curve 4 from the double start. Welcome back, everybody. And now we see the view the athlete gets going into Kreisel. Kreisel comes up on them really quickly going from the double start. It's only 3 curves down. And here we come into 9. As you'll see on the right-hand side, 9 almost becomes 10. almost one curve, but there's a tiny straightaway between them, and this is the labyrinth. This is what's been really testing our athletes. This is where we saw that huge crash from the Latvian pairing in the women's. We've just got notification that they're both okay. As you see, it's quite often soft ice in Winterberg, but the track crew just doing an amazing job today under incredibly tough conditions.
Yeah, they really are, and it's worth reiterating, isn't it, Mark? You know, the situation here, it was not meant to be here. This race, they did not have long to prepare, not in luge terms, so they've done really, really well to get it to this level. I think everyone is very, very appreciative. Of course, they have, in January, the World Cup event they were always going to have, and they've got this extra one right now. Here's the men's double start list. 17 go. Gat and Scherp, as we were showing you, lead the way. Müller-Frauscher, Wendel, Alt, Gat, Scherp, our final three. But do not be surprised if our winner comes from outside of that. It is going to necessarily be very, very tight. Here now are the final preparations. I will never cease finding these fascinating, Mark, and you talking us through them. Not necessarily a group of people chatting, but what they're doing to the sleds, cooling down, warming up, all kinds of stuff. Not so much dynamic stretching seemingly now that we were seeing a little bit earlier on. Plenty of wisdom around as well. Just give us the sights and sounds of these kind of days, if you would.
Well, that was a fellow that knows how to set up a sled. Schorsch Hackel, flying Bavarian, an incredible sled technician. And earlier we saw Norbert Locke, Felix's dad. There he is, chatting to Diana Eitberger, just wafting cold air onto the steels to get them at the perfect temperature for racing in these very, very warm conditions.
So we're ready. The Ukrainians, Panchuk and Mutz, to start things off. It's going to absolutely fly by this. Maxim Panchuk and Andriy Mutz. Then it's Gitlan and Serban and Hoy and Kashmar. 3 Ukrainians in the first 4 to go. And of course there are chances for everyone. But you just sense it's going to get really interesting from about 9 out when we see Stoy and Kindle. Let's see. Panchuk and Mutz 43.768 on their first run. Here they go.
Getting us going for the second run, Panchuk and Mutz of the Ukraine. Now they had a bit of a rough go on their first run, made that big mistake in the labyrinth. But right now, looking smooth, looking like they put it behind them. Great shot of Panchuk's right foot there, showing us how he steers this sled. You'll see his right foot turn in again, and then the left foot on the exit, just holding the sled to the curve a little bit. Try and make that transition perfect. Little skid, but they catch it. Beautifully done. Great correction from Panchuk, just dropping the feet and getting us over the line in a 43.925.
Slower than their first run. 127.693 in total. Gitlan and Serban to follow quickly. Now, whether it's slower because of the condition of the course, well, we'll find out. Quick question for you. You know these questions you're bombarded with, Mark, over the course of a broadcast, but what do they do to the course in between these runs? We have the breaks, don't we, where they tend to the course. Of course, we're getting new fans to this sport all the time, so talk us through what they do, if you would.
Absolutely. So between the women's and the men's, they would have just got a sweep because they only had 10 minutes. But for a full track prep, usually takes about half an hour, 25 minutes. So the sweep, all the old frost and chipped ice off the track, and then put a very, very fine 0.5 millimeter layer of water over the track that just provides that lubrication between the steels and the ice. Called a spritz, and that makes the track lightning fast.
See, as well as being entertaining sport, it is a sliding masterclass with a 2-time Olympian Mark Hatton. Great to have him along with us for the whole Luge World Cup season, for the Winter Olympics in Milan Cortina as well. What fun and what a learning process for all of us.
As we say, hopefully attracting new fans to the sport every week, showcasing this incredible racing sport. Formula One on ice. It certainly is. Gitlan, Serban in the green, looking like they're going to go ahead, and they do, by over 3/10 of a second.
Yeah, they do, and they speed up from their first run. 43.615.
That's going to make it close between Hoy and Kaczmar. Gitlan Serban could pick up a spot here.
And also, your inter-team rivalry. Well, we've got two further Ukrainian pairs to come here to have a long look at that Panchuk and Mutz time as well. As you say, Hoy and Kaczmar first. Time to compose yourself. Hoy on top, Kaczmar the bottom. Advantage from that first run. As you saw, 0.142. First thing to look at is the start.
On the back of the sled, and that is a booming start from the second Ukrainian pair we've seen today. They drop into the track well into the green. Little wobble going into Kreisel, though that's not going to help. It's so flat through there. You just have to carry so much speed down that ramp and keep carrying that speed until you get to curve 9, which is where we are now. It really starts to get steep and really starts to become a fearsome track. They go through the labyrinth. Great line through the labyrinth there. Top man working hard to get a flat line through, and he does. Into first place go Hoy and Kaczmar.
Yeah, they slowed up as well, but they do enough to go first. A run of 43.679 to take the lead, with so much that's going to happen in front of us, of course, but they finish ahead of Panchuk and Mutz, and indeed Gitlan and Serban. We know that. We'll see where they end up.
Here we go, looking at them come around curve 11. You see them just dropping down a little bit in the middle. That's in an acceptable range, but any more, and you carry a ton of height to the exit.
Kaczmar was happy, Hoy wasn't. They can discuss that later. Martinsovsky and Babora now, the third Ukraine pair, with 0.005 of a second advantage on Hoy and Kaczmar from that first run. So very, very tight. Great shot again. Mark's mentioned it a couple of times, but a great shot from our team of that ice at the top. And away they go, and they've picked up time on the start. Really good start.
300s to play with here for Martinovsky and Babura. New doubles pairing this year as well. Babura jumping on the back of the sled. Just taking that tap into 8. They've got to take evasive action, and they do. Curve 9 saves them. That was incredibly close, taking that bump into 8. That soft ice saved them, and their instinct.
It's another mistake.
Very high in the entrance, just trying to get the sled under control.
And it cost them, how it cost them. Third for them. Hoy and Kaczmar stay in the lead. It's another one of those, Mark. They did well to correct it, didn't they, to hold on, but it cost them dearly, and the shake of the head tells you the story.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a shot of that again, but this is the first mistake. You see them just bump early onto 8 and get knocked away, and that makes it incredibly difficult. You just see here into 14. Hopefully we get to see the next shot. You see how high they go, and then back down, and then it's all uphill from there.
All uphill, all downhill. Yeah. Handerich and Motza now. Just see from all of these times, the little advantages, how narrow the gaps are. Away they go then, the Romanians. They'd like a positive finish, starting 13th, targeting those in front. Could they even sneak a top 10? We'll find out.
Only 5 thousandths of a second in it, but they've multiplied that advantage to 200ths of a second. And as they navigate the Veltins Kreisel into curve 8, and they drive that just right. 8 to 9 transition, also looking good, but let's see how they link these two. Almost completely missing out curve 10. Not a problem though. Little drop of the feet into 12. 14 looking good. We could be looking at a new leader here, and we do, by 0.2 of a second. Henrik and Motzka.
And it's good to see Hoy and Kaczmar applauding. Fair comp, they were better than us. Good boost for the Romanians, that Henrik and Motzka. Now it'll be about Galvis and Jakseboger as we take a look at the highlights of what was a really good run there, Mark.
Just see them tapping a foot there, but that's a great correction. Otherwise, they may have gone airborne, but he just did enough to keep the sled going exactly where he wanted it to.
Well, there you go. The Riga Technical University. Galvis and Jakseboger starting in 12th here. Still got 2 further Latvian teams to go after this one. Could we get 3 Latvian teams in the top 10 here? Galvis and Jakseboger underway. Henrik and Motzka the target.
Down the right-hand side of the ramp, that doesn't help them going into 4. They managed to keep the sled on its runners.
And they've lost time now.
Profile of far, very, very hard.
Now they're going to have to pick this time up, and they're going to find it difficult. Let's take a look at the next split. Still just outside, but gone back to green. They picked it up. The margins are so tiny. Galvis and Jakseboger picking up here. That's more like it.
Very high there, airborne through 13.
And there was another commentator's curse. Has it cost them? It has. It has. Henrik and Motzka stay in the lead. Galvis and Jakseboger into second. That's 1-1 in terms of commentators' curses.
Huge height in the entrance of 14 there as well. You just saw them almost go airborne in 13. Here we go out of 12, and you just see them slide across, jump on too early. Front of the sled comes up. But the drama's not over as they get lifted up on the end of 13. Little power slide into 14, and then you see them go really high in the entrance. Once you do that, it's a long way uphill.
When you watch it in slow motion and you consider the speed, the save is phenomenal. Just purely in a physics sense, it's quite incredible. Bosman and Mick now starting in 11th. The Slovakians, great run from them. Can they back it up here? Certainly a chance of a top 10.
Both these athletes also accomplished single sliders through the youth A and junior ranks. But for Bruno Mick, this is the family business. Doubles luge. As they navigate Kreisel inch perfectly.
They're looking really commanding here.
Staying in the green and building speed.
Into the labyrinth they go
as well.
128 kilometers an hour. That's fantastic. And a round of applause from the Romanians, Bosman and Mick. Way ahead there. Nearly half a second. And they move into first place. Of course, it's all going to change, but they'll be delighted with that.
That makes it very doable for a top 10. Bosman and Mick building time the whole way down the track and getting across the finish line half a second to the good. No
Yeah,
need
you would
to
say
press
now
the
that they'd
random
be
generator button
yeah
for the
lucky
second
there.
run.
You'd say they'd be very unlucky not to get a top 10 now. They just need one team to slip up, finish behind them. Brunner and Weissensteiner then of Italy, they start in the top 10. And that Bosman and Mick run was very, very good. Brunner and Weissensteiner inside it from the start.
Just a little tap into 5 there. Shouldn't cost them too much. As you see, they're building that lead. They've got 0.2 of a second with which to play.
So we're always looking for not just the green, but how far into the green they are. Brunner and Weissensteiner going well here, doing what they can do. Labyrinth to come.
This is looking like a great run after that very dicey exit of 9. Got their composure back together, lost a little bit of time. We have a new leader, Brunner and Weissensteiner.
The Italians with 9 to go now, starting with Stoy and Kindle, and if anybody is going to charge up that leaderboard from somewhere unlikely, it's them. Brunner and Weissensteiner laying down a marker.
As we say, Stoy, Kindle, if they put out their best performance, they could stay in that leader box for quite a few sleds.
Well, they know all about turning things round here. 23-24 in Winterberg. They led after the first run, and a mistake cost them on the second. So could they fly here and hope that happens to other teams? Let's see. They've got to get the job done, and done quickly first. Thomas and Wolfi go now for Austria. Done the first bit right, yeah.
Smooth round 5, where they made that small mistake on the first run from 5 to 6. They don't do that again.
Good sign that they're picking up speed, they're picking up seconds around the course. Look at that. It's almost textbook, isn't it?
It really is textbook. This is where the multiplier happens out of 9-10, where it's like dropping off a cliff.
Oh, a little slide there.
Fighting through the labyrinth.
See what it's cost them here. They've still done it. They actually went 2 to 3 to 4 in terms of the lead, and it's back to 3, but they do take the lead. Now, whether that's enough, we'll have to wait and see. Whether that error towards the end cost them in terms of the bigger picture, but they're into the lead, and that's all they could do.
One of the better starts we've seen from any of the doubles teams today. You see here's where the problems started going into finish curve, and then that high line round 12 into 13. That's a great save there from Kindle in the back. As you say, Dave, the honesty in this sport, it's great to see.
Sevic, Mikelsevic, and Krasts next. Remember, they didn't finish the second run here at Winterberg last season. They were 15th after the first. They're in a much better position today, the Latvians. Starting here in 8th.
0.02 of a second on the start, but that's dropped down to 300ths into the red. Get that nice, smooth, flat line round Kreisel to set yourself up for curve 8 and 9.
And Stoy and Kindle time is still the one that's dominating here. Still Sevic, Mikelsevic, and Krasts in the red.
That's a better labyrinth from the Latvian pairing, though. 127 kilometers an hour.
Oh, they flew at the end! Wow! Where did they find that time? Sevic, Mikelsevic, and Krasts somehow move into the lead.
That was incredible, and I think that line they took through the labyrinth, one of the better ones we've seen today, really helped them out there. But that top section as well, they really put it all together, kept their composure, well deserved into the lead.
And of course, the fact that Steuern Kindl just lost that little bit of time as well in the bottom section would have helped, wouldn't it, in terms of the dramatic change. There you go, the Latvian fan with the big flag and the big T-shirt. He's happy. Chmielewski and Gankacic start in 7th, the Poles. What a chance for them here. Still getting used to each other. Won the Nations Cup to qualify for this men's doubles. They hope to be more of a hardy perennial than that, and a high finish here would certainly help with that ambition. They're ahead early.
It's always so good to see Nations Cup qualifiers at the business end of the second run, pushing for a top 6. That'll get them onto the small podium.
Still in the green here, Chmielewski and Gankacic. They've extended that advantage here.
Tough line round 9, but managing to keep it together very close to the right wall, high in the entrance of 11. This is going to make the labyrinth tough. They get away with it.
They're into the red now. Yeah, and it has cost them in the end. Over 2/10 outside of the time. Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Kras still lead. Chmielewski and Gankacic only have 3rd, so Steuern Kindl still 2nd. 6 pairs remain.
See them going so low in the belly of curve 11, and that just doesn't set you up well. This is a view from 12 to 13. See the sled just sideways, but considering that curve 11, they did a great job.
It gets exciting now, Mark. Into the final 6 we go. We got the women's doubles to come. It's Orla Mwenda and Gubitz. German pair in 6th. Smiling there, but focused. The world champions. Can they leap up this leaderboard? Taking their time, thinking through the process, and away they go. The Latvians the target here, and they're inside.
Much better start from Orla Mwenda Gubitz. After a slightly squirrely start on the first run, which cost them so much. Orla Mwenda Gubitz, so looking composed, as we expect from the world champions, overall World Cup winners. 9-10, one of the best we've seen. Keep it together, boys, through the labyrinth, into the finish curve. This is putting together a world-class run from Orla Mwenda Gubitz, crossing the finish line into 1st place.
Yeah, that is tremendous. Best time so far on this second run. Orla Mwenda and Gubitz take the lead. Can they take a few places as well? Because that felt exceptional.
It really was. Curve 9, see there. And then up the finish curve, perfectly through those blue track markers, showing the ideal line. And rightly happy with that performance.
Quicker than their first run. Now Bots and Pluma, the Latvians. Second last year in those World Cup overall standings. Only Vendel and Alt were too good for them. Sprint gold in the World Championships in 2024. They can absolutely fly. They picked up some big World Cup wins. Could they find a way past the top 4 here?
Great start curve there from Bots and Plume. building on their lead. You see that's just starting to build, gone from a 10th to 1.2 tenths. And just stabilizing out of Kreisel into curve 9 and 10, which they do just as they did in training. Absolutely great every time through this labyrinth. Middle entrance to the finish curve. Nice safe line.
Oh, they do it.
19 thousandths of a second.
They do it, goodness me. Olemwender and Gubitz were so disappointed. Bots and Plumer managed to get into first with only 4 pairs to go. 2 Germans, 2 Austrians remaining. What pressure on them now, Bots and Plumer on top right now.
Latvia! A little bit wavy through that finish curve, but still incredibly good sliding from the Latvian pair. Definitely those ones are ones to watch in a couple of months' time.
Eggert and Müller. Disappointment behind them. Good first run. Start in 4th. We know what they can do. We're in for some finish over the next 5 minutes or so here. Just outside Bots and Plumer by 7,000th of a second, but now they go into the green here, Eggert and Müller. And so they remain there.
Just so good at carrying speed. You see that little tap on the entrance of Kreisel shouldn't cost them.
Oh, it's as close as it could be. 2,000th of a second now for Eggert and Müller, and they're into the red now because Bots and Plumer were quick down the bottom part of the course. This is going to be so tight. Just lost their line there going into the labyrinth. Let's see Eggert and Müller round that final turn. 3rd. Bots and Plumer stay in front here.
Here we go, Bots and Plumer riding the elevator after that run. And just some tiny mistakes from Eggert Müller, starting at the top on the entrance to Kreisel. If we see them here. On the exit of 13 into 14, having to take a little bit of evasive action. And then that seal curve, you see them just dropping down ever so slightly. But I think the damage was done further up the track.
So Bots and Plumer, Olemwender Gubitz, Eggert Müller. 2 Austrian pairs left, Wendel and Alt, the greatest ever in the middle. First, Müller and Frauscher. Third here in Winterberg in January. That's where they are after the first run. Great to hear the sound effects. You can hear the breathing, all the tension, all the intention here from Müller and Frauscher. To go into the green, maintain their advantage at the top.
Müller and Frauscher have to be absolutely on their game this time, with the Latvians, Bots and Plumer, breathing down their neck. They've also got a chance to chase down the Tobys, who are going to be next to go.
They stay in the green, Müller and Frauscher. We saw, though, at that last split just how close it is. Oh, it's as close as could be, 1,000th of a second. It's all about the labyrinth, and they're into the red. Müller and Frauscher struggling here around the final bend. Oh, they've done it! Wow! Wow, they switched one way, then the other. They dipped and they rose just in time, and Bots and Plumer can't believe it. Müller and Frauscher take the lead.
Incredible sliding, tiny margins, all came down to the finish curve. See Müller, Frauscher working as one there through the Veltins Kreisel.
Felt like the momentum was going one way and then it went the other. Of course, it also depends on The splits of Bots and Plumer as well, but wow. Can't take much more of this. Here they come. Wendel and Alt, the two Tobys, the Bayern Express, call them what you want. They're exceptional, 6 Olympic golds each. You all know the story. They're second, they want to be first, the ultimate competitors. They got their hands full here. Austria lead. Germany and Austria to come. First, the greats, Wendel and Alt. Can they respond to the challenge here?
Well, they've done everything they can do on the start. Almost a 1/10 of a second, and that's multiplied to 1.5 tenths. So Wendel Alt really going to throw down a marker. This is a real tilt for the gold.
Up to 1 3/4 tenths there, increasing with every split. They stay in the green. And they finish it off. Oh, they slip and a slide there as they come round the final bend. Have they done it, Wendel and Alt? Yes, they have. Clinging on a bit there at the end, but they go in front, and now, as dramatic as it can be, Gat and Scherp will go for gold. These two are remarkable.
So close. He can't quite believe it. You see him just go early to 13, onto one runner. Quick drop of the feet, and then business as usual.
Schön in 12 Anfahrt und dann drückt er so.
Now then, it comes down to this. Gat and Scherp with that advantage. One team to aim at, Wendel and Alt, for the men's doubles crown here at Winterberg. The Austrians go. And they're green for now. And now straight into the red, Gat and Scherp. They've got to make up some time here on Wendel and Alt, just outside them.
0.02 of a second in it. This is where curve 9 is going to be absolutely crucial. They just tap on a little early.
And now they go green. They made up 1/100 of a second, and now they go green, and now they're dead level here, Gat and Scherp. How about this for a race just outside 2,000th of a second? We're into the final, 4-5 seconds. Have they done enough? Gat and Scherp racing and charging, and yes! And yes, they have the win. But what a dramatic men's double race that was. Wow. First, it seemed like Wendel and Alt might have stolen it. Gat and Scherp looked like they might be giving it away, but they've come and they've taken it. Gat and Scherp win it. What a win that is. Austria 1 and 3. Wendel and Alt in second. Boy, the doubles racing's good, isn't it?
Such close racing. It could have been any one of 6 to get onto that podium. As we see, under pressure, Gat and Scherp just throwing down, putting down one of the runs of their career.
And I suppose, Mark, that's what the great ones do, isn't it? Or the very good ones, for the time being. You do it when it matters. Because you try not to feel the pressure. You just do your job. That's all you can do. It doesn't matter what it means until you finish. You've got to get down as quickly as you can, and that's what they did.
See it in so many sports. That the great ones just have another gear that they can choose at will to just turn up the heat on their opponents, and that's exactly what they did.
Gat and Scherp then take the gold. Wendel and Alt silver, Müller and Frauscher in third. Bots and Plumer just outside in fourth, but plenty for them to build on. Orlemwender and Gubitz, Eggert and Müller. And Latvia with a couple in that top 10. Galvis and Jaksberger in 13th. Vavacek and Smee pulled out before the men's doubles started. We're going to record our interviews, by the way, with the podium from the men's doubles, so we can get on with the women's event, and then we'll hear from all of them afterwards, the women live and the men recorded. Big cheer for Wendel and Alt. The Winterberg florist continues to do stellar business. A cynic got in touch with me, by the way, when I made the florist comment yesterday and said, you sure you haven't ruled out they're the same 6 bouquets that they give to everyone? Which I thought was, you know, quite smart.
You got to cut costs somewhere.
I bet they're not. But it was a fair point. Anyway, all smiles, but we're going to leave these pictures a bit quicker than we normally do because we want to get on with the women's doubles. We'll take a look at what it all means. Gatschurf with 100 points, dramatic win. Wendel, Alt, then Müller, Frauscher, Botz, Plumer managed to get up to 4th. Olamwenda Gubitz with 55, Eggert Müller with 50. But of course, that picture is going to change throughout the course of the season. Good points as well for Brunner and Weichensteiner down in 10th. Well, it's been some days so far here in Winterberg. The weather has just about held off. The next race, the women's doubles, the second run is coming very, very shortly. You've got time to go and make a quick cup of tea or a coffee or something, but get back to us quickly. So welcome back to Winterberg. It's time for the second run of the women's doubles. Here are our top 3 from the first. Dominated again by Germany and Austria, Eitberger and Matschina. In third, going into this second run, the mighty Egler and Kipp currently in second. The Germans lead the way. Degenhardt and Rosenthal flying 43.308. They have a significant advantage going into the final round. 12 will go after that really unfortunate crash. And thankfully, everyone was okay. Our Latvian team. And here are the weather conditions. Temperature at the start, 5.1 degrees. Ice at 0. Can't wait for this, Mark. Not the picture of the truck, the race itself. Length is 970 meters. Vertical drop average is at 9.8%. The steepest is 15%. And look at that, it is shrouded now in fog. They always talk of the weather in South Westphalia, and it's not disappointed us, has it? It's a chilly old day.
It is, with +5 air temperatures again. This track is soft, grippy, but not without its pitfalls.
Estimated maximum speed, 128 kilometers per hour. 11 corners in the shortened version of the track. That Kreisel, the famous Veltins Kreisel, a 270-degree turn. They're into that so quickly, and it's so tricky. No room for error over this shortened course into the labyrinth and uphill to finish, and all of this built into a mountainside. And the POV, which Mark must be slightly sick of talking us through, but I must admit I'm not sick of watching because I find it so fascinating to watch the athlete angle, and I'm sure you do at home if you haven't seen it as well. Worth another look anyway. Here is that POV with the 2-time Olympian, Mark Hatton.
I love doing this as well. Makes me feel like I'm back on the sled as we see them go round the Veltins Kreisel. Not sure I ever drove it that well as we go into 9. Trying to link that up to 10 as they do. And then you need a nice flat line with a little bit of crust to 12. They get it. 13, and this is where it's been tripping up a lot of our athletes. That 12, 13, 14 combination. That very steep uphill finish curve, and the finish line quite a way up that braking straight as well. So if you don't get a perfect exit, you've still got work to do.
So the start list for the women's doubles. By the way, you say that's a German because of the suit. Could be a Latvian wearing a German suit. Could be anything. Could be. We'll never find out. One day maybe they'll show us it from another camera angle and we'll see who it is. Anyway, 12 to go in the women's doubles final. If it's anything like the men's doubles final, we're in for an absolute treat here. What fun it's been. And it will all be over in the blink of an eye. And here are the final preparations. Temperature gauge as they try and get those runners the perfect temperature. There's so much mechanics to these sleds that I think it's going to take us all of us new fans of the luge, the entire season and well beyond to even begin to understand it. Mark will guide us through as always.
Indeed, so much going on at the start. We had a great shot of the temperature board. Multiple entries. You see that just behind Eugen Radu's shoulder. Patrick Leitner, Olympic gold medalist in the doubles, now German head coach. Looks on, hoping for some more hardware for the trophy cabinet back at HQ.
Well, they wanted a few mementos of Toby Belt, and he gave them to them. That was nice. Praxova and Spitzrova went last in the first run. The Slovakians, because they finished 12th of 13 effectively, they go first here. 45.245. They're well behind, the only pair over 45 seconds in that first run. They look for all of that torque and all of that energy in the sled here. Such a hugely technical thing, this start. There goes the spring. There goes the power. Into position they go. Praxova and Spitzrova.
Good save on the start there from the Slovakians. They went left, then they went right. She managed to get a decent curve 4. That curve 4 is so important, just sets the tone for the whole run for these double sleds. She exits the Veltins Kreisel, navigates 8. The signature curve, curve 9, drops out a little bit soon. Does exactly the right thing with that late entrance into 11. This gets thrown up a little bit in the entrance, but it's not a bad run from the Slovaks. A little bit of ping pong up the finish as well, just for good measure. But a 1:30.181 total finish time.
Yeah, and they were significantly quicker. 0.3 of a second on their first run, so delighted with that. Funny, isn't it, losing control almost the moment you'd finished, but that's okay.
We see them just tapping a little early onto 9. That would have caused them that slightly dicey exit from 9, but they actually handled it superbly. When you get a late entrance into 11, it wants to bring you up high and drop you down low.
So
Praxova
on it and Spitzrova 1:30.181. Happy with their weekend's work. Now then, Falkensteiner and Huber, Nadia and Annalena to go. 9th here in Winterberg last year. The Italians, well, with a significant advantage over Praxova and Spitzrova from that first run, nearly over half a second, or just over half a second, in fact. So they should get ahead of them. It's whether they can improve enough to do even better than that.
Good start for this team, but let's see how this transition into Kreisel goes. And it's smooth, and a nice flat line through the middle of Kreisel. That's going to set them well. Just coming up on the end of Kreisel, though. Here we go, round 9, just coming up on the end. Keeping it down in the entrance of 11. That slightly late entrance. Keeping it down, now keep it going, team. Still in the green for Falkensteiner Huber.
Yeah, way clear, aren't they? Way clear. They had a significant advantage going into this, and they extended that. More of these young Italians showing us what they're made of.
Yeah, it was a mistake in curve 9. You see, just expands that mistake into the labyrinth. 9 is the gateway to that labyrinth. You get a good exit from there, you get a good 11. You get a good 11 and you're set up right for the labyrinth.
So coming next, the vastly experienced Stramaturaru, along with Manolescu. We wait in silence, and then they will go. It'll be fascinating. Park City and Lake Placid, our next two events to follow. Of course, the USA will be there. Italy will look strong again. It might look quite different, but we know about the power of Germany and Austria and the improvement in some of these other nations as well. So Stramaturaru and Manolescu in the green here. Still early stages of this final run, of course.
Luca really driving this sled, putting it where she wants it. Little tap out of 9 though, had to drop the feet, gets it back together. But that's a rocky road through the labyrinth for Stramaturaru and Manolescu. Saved by that uphill curve. And it's not quite enough. 13 thousandths of a second drops them into second place behind Falkensteiner Huber.
Yeah, Falkensteiner Huber delighted with that. That's a chance gone for Stramaturaru and Manolescu.
All stemming from that curve 9 mistake. Here we get a good shot of the labyrinth with them up on 1 runner out of 13. And here we go, 12 to 13, having to just drop the feet a little bit. But that's the experience that this team has, and Reluca especially, knowing when to drop the feet, knowing when to take evasive action. Such a class act, this team.
So the Italians stay in front now. It's going to be Poland, Ukraine and Latvia in that order before the Canadians go. In a great position, Podolski and Allen in the top 6 after the first run. But here Adamovic and Pivkowska. Look at that advantage, nearly half a second from that first run. It was when we got down to that top 5 that the margins were tiny. Adamovic and Pivkowska should consolidate here. Good start from them.
That's almost a half a second cushion for Adamovic. Pivkowska very much theirs to lose with that advantage at the top. But as we've seen, this is a fickle track. Anything can happen, especially once you get past curve 9.
Yeah, it really can. They lost a little bit of time. Still look fairly comfortable here, Adamovic and Pivkowska.
That's a good 9-10. Good 11 as well, but very high in 12. Deal with it well, though. Deal with it so well.
Has it cost them at all here? No, they're fine. Adamovic and Pivkowska take over. I think Falkensteiner and Huber knew that was going to happen. They certainly knew it was going to happen at some point. So the Poles into the lead. 8 to go here in Winterberg.
That was great sliding from the Poles through curve 12 there. Made a small mistake. Took a lot of height to the exit. Kind of flopped out, but they did exactly the right thing. Fix their mistake. You see them high here. Big correction. Managing to keep it away from that left wall before 13. Just a little tap onto 14, but nothing to frighten anybody. Really good sliding from the Poles there. Like we say, lots of mistakes made in this sport, but the ones that fix the mistakes soonest are generally the ones they get closer to the leaderboard.
Here come Elena Stechkiv and Alexandra Mock. Chance for them, 44.144. So again, advantage over Domovic and Pivkoska that they need to make the most of here. They release and they go.
Almost getting too close to that left wall. Stechkiv handles it very, very professionally, very, very calmly. It's a nice middle entrance into 6 as well. Giving them a nice smooth line around the middle of Kreisel. The Veltins Kreisel, such an impressive curve. And on a nicer day, it's packed with spectators. 9-10, keeping them well on track, still in the green for Stechkiv and Moak, but only 300s to play with through the labyrinth. But that entrance to 14 is clean and effective. They should carry it over, but they don't. 16 thousandths of a second lost into second place for Stechkiv and Moak.
When they watch that back, I think, Mark, they're going to be furious with themselves because they had it, didn't they? They threw it away in the bottom part of the course.
You see this start, Dave, just as they catch that left wall, you see them just catch the profile of the track and have to push it back across to the left before the start curve. Some people think just take what you get. Some people think try and fix the mistake. Either way, it came down to tiny paper-thin margins, 16 thousandths of a second between Domovic, Piskova, and Stechkiv Moak.
I enjoyed how bemused they looked when they realized they were still in the lead. Peter and Pavlova now. Pavlova just 17. Remarkable, these young athletes. Away they go, the Latvians here.
Pavlova's first World Cup, gaining valuable experience. A team that's got a shot of being there at the big show in February in Milan Cortina. Into the green, still, and gaining speed. They found 300ths of a second, another 300ths of a second. But a bit of a choppy exit from 9. Is that going to cost them?
Isn't doing at the moment.
Cost them 100th. That labyrinth was effective into first place by a comfortable quarter of a second, setting themselves up for a tilt at the top 6.
Absolutely, they need one mistake and they're in the top 6. They're first at the moment with 6 to go. Now, just to remind you, it wasn't long ago, but lots has happened. Podolski and Allen are 6th. Their time from that first round, 44.039. Then after that, Riedel and Leck, 43.630. Degenhardt and Rosenthal who lead, 43.308. That is the margin between 5th and 1st. Hang on to your hats, folks.
Saw them there on one runner out of curve 9.
So the Canadians, BT Podolski and Kaylee Allen. Starting in 6th, they do have time to make up on that top 5. They're not in that gang that is so tight, so close together, but they still could be. They need almost a career best run here, though. Still both so young, of course, as they go now, the Canadians. First target is with Peter and Pavlova. They're inside them.
That's a wonderful start curve from Podolski Allen. I'll try to stay impartial. Having worked with these athletes, I know how hard they work, what consummate professionals they are, and how much they love sliding. And they're looking good here, Dave.
Yeah,
almost a 1/10 of a second to the good.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic here. Podolski and Allen flying down. Are they going to set some kind of time here, maybe? Are they going to have a tilt at that top 5? Into the labyrinth they go. Where are they? Podolski and Allen, yeah. They take the lead as we would have expected. It's what the rest do, but look at the delight there from the youngsters.
Canada lead Germany with some trinkets for the trophy cabinet, a couple of bunches of flowers. A wonderful day at the office for Podolski Allen.
Yeah, before we start with our top 5, it's worth reminding people that we do have sort of 2 podiums, don't we? So that's why they're going to get flowers.
I always think that's a nice touch. Spread the wealth.
Spread the flowers. Same flowers, though, as we've already established. Podolski and Allen, I'm only joking, everyone, before anyone writes to me. Listen to me, writes to me. Goodness me, is it the 1950s?
Answers on a postcard.
I was going to say, yeah, what's the postcard, Dad? Anyway, Riedel and Lech in 5th. This is where it gets so interesting. This crazy margin between 5th and 1st. It's anyone's. Riedel and Lech might be 5th, but they have every chance. You'd expect them to be well ahead of Podolski and Allen. It's the time they can set that will be crucial.
Yeah, this is great from Riedel and Lech. Keeping that lead. Pretty stable at the moment. This is going to be the telling one. And they're starting to build. They found another 10th.
We know with the margins as narrow as they are, and even if the course slows a fraction, another 10th might be key. Look at this from Riedel and Lech. They're absolutely flying now.
What a labyrinth from Riedel Lech. One of the best we've seen.
Well, that's just spectacular. Look at what they've made up. Best time in the second run, 43.832. Just outside their time from the first run, but with a track maybe slower. That could be competitive.
That could definitely be worth a nudge at the podium. 3/4 of a second, which is a mile in this sport. Really putting it down when it counts. And again, I think the Austrians, the way they've set the sleds up in Winterberg this week has just been a masterclass. The coaching team feeling pretty proud of themselves, as they should.
Crowd know what they're watching as well. What confidence it gives you too. Now, Stork and Pats, look at the advantage they had. 0.023. Good luck to them. Elisa and Paulina. That's what faces them. Here's the moment where they go. Riedel and Lech are the target. And they're inside them at the start, as we would have expected them to be.
This is not a lot to play with, though. Only 200th, down to 14 thousandths of a second.
We know that Riedel and Lech just flew all the way down, so what's the split going to be now? They're outside by 3,000. They've got work to do, Stork and Pats. Goodness me, Riedel and Lech really did go well, didn't they?
This is down to the wire. Storch and Pats are going to have to chase it down. Good labyrinth, and they're off! Big crash at the beginning of the labyrinth. Can they get back on their steels? The run's over. Maybe they can salvage some points, but that cruel uphill curve claims another crash.
It does, and they'll go and make sure that they're okay. Riedel and Lech. All smiles in the nicest possible way. Let's check the girls are okay here.
One of the problems with crashing there is that you end up slipping back down the curve. So thankfully someone was there on hand to arrest the sled, stop the athletes from going backwards, because let's remember, unlike in singles, these athletes are actually strapped to the sled. Once they're on that sled.
Must be awful, the feeling of losing control like that, when there's nowhere you can go. I know they're used to it, but still.
Let's see what happened here. just going into there, catching the exit profile, face planting into 12, and then 13 on the side. And remember, this track, while it looks smooth, ice at this speed also burns.
A few people all around Europe wincing, as you say there. Imagine that. Ouch.
Incredibly plucky effort. You can see them fighting for that entirety of that crash, for the length of the labyrinth, trying to get the sled back on its steels. You can't fault their tenacity.
And they'll be so disappointed. We saw the devastation earlier of the Latvian pair, so still Riedel and Lech in front. 3 to go, but what a 3. Eidberger, Matschina, Egler, Kipp, Degenhardt, Rosenthal. Barely anything between them. Some climax coming here of what's been a long and dramatic day. Diana Eidberger, Magdalena Matschina. Olympic silver medalist in singles, Eidberger. Matschina just 20. Big moments, these. Every thousandth of a second possible, because it might be won and lost by a thousandth of a second. The Germans on their way. The advantage straight away from the start, but it was on the course where Riedel and Lech picked up so much time. Still with plenty to play with here, Eidberger and Matschina.
Starting to build time now, Eidberger and Matschina. A little wobble out of Kreisel. And they're right on the edge here as they go through 9 and 10. Beautiful flat line through 11. And a masterclass through the labyrinth from Eidberger, Matschina. It looks like they've easily done enough, and they have by half a second.
That was just supreme to do it by that distance.
That labyrinth was just wonderful. Made it look like a straightaway. You saw how much speed they carried into that finish curve. And when you've got a curve that goes that aggressively uphill, if you can carry that amount of speed in, you're going to be a winner when you cross the finish line.
They were slower than their first run, but only they,
contention.
Only they and Egler and Kipp and Degenhardt and Rosenthal have gone quicker than that. And Egler and Kipp and Degenhardt and Rosenthal are to come. It's going to go right to the wire, but that was something else. Eidberger, Matschina. And remember, we're not just looking to see them take the lead, we're looking to see by how much, because that piles the pressure on the 2 teams to come, Egler and Kipp. Back-to-back world champions. Away they go, wearing that world champion bib. They settled from the start.
Only 600ths in it after the first run between gold and silver. Looking very similar, looks like they've stabilized the time. But as we've seen today, the next split is going to be the telling one as they come out of the Veltins, Kreisel, and they've extended that lead to almost a 1/10 of a second. You don't become world champion without having a few tricks up your sleeve when you're under pressure. And again, one of the best labyrinths we've seen all day. That's going to multiply through that finish curve as they cross the finish line. 600ths of a second. Egel Kipp, we have a new leader.
We have a new
leader. It really is going down to the wire.
A new leader and 1 pair to go. Egler and Kipp ahead of Eidberger and Matschina. Riedel and Lech in 3rd at the moment, but, and it's a but in massive capital letters, Jessica Degenhardt and Cheyenne Rosenthal still to come. Second here in Winterberg behind Egler and Kipp. Can they reverse that?
Sure, Shackle looking on there. Peter Penn's next to him. Some good decisions made by the Austrians coaches today with their setups for sure. And some unbelievable sliding by the athletes who have to navigate this track with these rocket ships.
So there is the moment now. 0.06 of a second, the advantage from the first run. For Jessica Degenhardt, the police officer from Dresden, Cheyenne Rosenthal, the sport soldier who knows this track better than anyone. They are the favorites, but they can't afford a mistake. They have that time to play with. They've got just under 45 seconds to bring home a gold here in Winterberg. And away they go. Degenhardt and Rosenthal, we look at that first split.
What a start curve. Saving the best for last. That's the best start curve we've seen. Absolutely perfect down the ramp, down that left-hand wall. And just gliding through that start curve and already building time by the second split.
Yeah, they look so serene, don't they? Just over 1/10 of a second here, Degenhardt and Rosenthal. Eglet and Kip's only hope is a mistake here from Degenhardt and Rosenthal, maybe into the labyrinth. Here they go, Degenhardt and Rosenthal on their way. 123 kilometers an hour. Is it enough? It is! It is. They do reverse positions. They do hold their nerve. They do hold on for the win. Two spectacular doubles events full of drama. And Degenhardt and Rosenthal win here in Winterberg.
That was classy sliding. As we said earlier in the singles, when it's done well, it looks like they're doing nothing on the sled. And they drove that like a single sled. It was just a beautiful run. Nothing to pick out of that run, really, that from start to finish, under pressure, Degenhardt, Rosenthal showed just why they're so good. I think you nailed it, Dave, when you used the word serene. Couldn't have put it better myself. Relaxed on the sled, at one with the sled, at one with their doubles partner, and that's the result. Pure gold.
By the way, their teammates Stork and Pats are fine. We just had news, which is great to hear. That's the most important thing, that everyone gets to go home safe. Degenhardt and Rosenthal get to go home and celebrate. First of many this season for them, maybe. Are they going to be the dominant ones? This is the great thing that's going to happen, Mark, over the course of this World Cup season. People are going to keep seeing narratives appearing ahead of the Olympics, and they're going to keep changing as well. There's the final results. Degenhardt and Rosenthal win it from Eglet and Kip, from Eitberger and Matschina. Riedel and Lerck in fourth. Podolski and Allen, what a fabulous couple of runs from them to finish fifth. And then Stork and Pats, like I said, great news that they are okay. Falkensteiner and Huber going pretty well for Italy too. Domovic and Pivkoska finishing seventh. So we've just got a few I's to dot and T's to cross before we leave you. Of course, we'll watch the presentation. And we'll also have quite a lot of interviews. We're going to hear from the three women's doubles podium athletes, and also recorded interviews with the three men's doubles pairs from earlier. That's the plan anyway. Presentation though, first of all.
Representing Germany, Diana Eitberger und Magdalena Matschina.
Eitberger and Matschina will surely win at some point this season, and the same true of Eglet and Kip.
Und die Siegerinnen aus Deutschland, the winner, representing Germany.
This is just the beginning. Such close racing. This is going to be an incredible season.
Die Blumen wurden übergeben. von Herrn Einers vorgegeben ist, Präsident der FIN. So, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, bitte noch mal einen Riesenapplaus für unsere Doppelsitzer.
All smiles, plenty of photos. We will hear from the athletes. Our intrepid reporter will be out there doing his job.
So, noch einmal,
we'll hear live from the women's pairs first and then the men's pairs recorded. That's the plan, like I keep saying. And there's the darkness, the course lit up in the background, and there are the points totals right now. 100 for the winners, but you can be absolutely sure that that order will change throughout. I'm not saying it'll change at the end of the season, but I'm sure it'll change at some point throughout. It's going to be, we've seen from that competition how closely matched they all are. There's no way, I don't think that one pair is going to dominate that event for the course of the year. I'd be amazed if they did. Top three then. What a day, Mark. Terrific stuff. Let's round off the women's doubles. We knew it would be fun. We knew it would be exciting. And it surely was.
Winterberg and Matt Sheena, our bronze medalists. Again, in perfect harmony. And like you say, Dave, there's nothing between these top teams in this women's doubles field. This is shaping up to be one for the ages this season. But that run from Jessica Degenhardt and Cheyenne Rosenthal was just absolutely textbook, and they knew it. They crossed the finish time. They knew they'd put down a heater, and they definitely did. An incredibly well-deserved gold medal. And as she said at the finish, we are back.
Here we go. Let's hear from the winners.
Girls, congratulations. The win here in Winterberg. You had a tough fight last season with the Austrian team. You prevailed this time, so it seems like the fight is continuing, right?
Yeah, of course. We also really like fights. It should be close. I think for us it's the best season opener we could have imagined. Yesterday we won, today we won, and I think we're pretty excited for tomorrow's team relay.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, 2 wins already for them. Absolutely thrilled with that, and we have the team relay as well as the women's singles coming for you tomorrow, of course, on our coverage. We just wait to gather the rest of the athletes. So you promised me there is somewhere selling mulled wine and hot chocolate just around the corner. You're not winding me up. That's what Mark told me earlier anyway. Let's hear from...
Guys, congratulations, a great opener to the World Cup season and also the Olympic season. It was a tough race, a close race. How was the run for you?
Yeah, we were very happy about the second place. There were some mistakes in both runs, so there is definitely some potential. And the Germans did really great, so we're happy for both of them. And it was a great race. I think when it's close, it's so much more fun.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
See, they can take from that they made mistakes and still nearly won. Great positive message to take from today. See if we can hear from Diana and Magdalena. I'm sure that, I think I can see them getting into position now in the, the gloom, the gathering gloom. Over on the far side where the interviews are being done. I'm pretty sure we're ready to go to them. Let's find out. Yeah.
Guys, congratulations, a great opener to the season. You're also coming right off Cortina where you won the test event. What did you do today? Did you experiment a bit? How was it for you, the race?
No, Winterberg is not the time for making some crazy experience and experiments. So this is not our favorite track. And I think today in the first run we leave a lot of time in the track. But in the second run we show everyone that we are one of the best girls of the world.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Well, that was very honest and candid as well. Not our favorite track, so they move on to the American swing, and they hope that things will go better there. But still, hey, third place for them today. Now, we did have our men's doubles event earlier on, and we sort of raced away from that to get onto the women's doubles. So hopefully we're going to hear from our podium men as we take a look at the top three in what, of course, was a terrific race.
Yeah, it really was. Again, similarly close to the women's race. Toby's just missing out, but that final run was just pure class. Beautiful shots here, letting the pictures do the talking.
Yeah, Müller-Frauscher third, Wendel-Alt winning it, Gatt and Schurpf finishing first. Müller-Frauscher third, Wendel-Alt second, Gatt and Schurpf top of the pile winning the gold. And we caught up with them earlier on. Let's hear from all three.
It was really interesting.
So we could hear from them or not. Let's all strain our ears and try and hear from them.
To stay in the line and to not skid. And I think we did our best. It was a little exciting for our hearts and the heart.
Guys, congratulations. First World Cup here in Winterberg. Quite a challenging track today. How was the lower part of the section for you? Because we've seen a lot of challenges down there.
Yeah, it was really interesting, and we had some problems, but we managed to stay in the line and to not skid. And I think we did our best. It was a little exciting for our hearts and the hearts of our fans, but at the end we stand on the top, and so it's really great.
As I said, we hope to hear from all three. We caught up with them all earlier.
Guys, congratulations, podium here on this first World Cup here in Winterberg. You guys made it quite interesting at the end.
Yeah, we are now super happy that we are on the second place here. We had a big mistake in the second run. The Austrian was much way better, and yeah, I mean, the last 3 years of racing here was always good in the labyrinth, and now we have the mistake, once in 4 years. So it's human. It's we are not machines. We are human, and it happens. So the speed takes us positive. That the speed is here on the start with 3:00. So we can build on this and just go straight to the track.
There's the two
I disagree
Tobys.
with that. I think the Tobys could be machines.
Well, just time to
Guys, congratulations on the
wrap a
podium
bow
here
on
in the first
things.
World Cup in Winterberg. We saw some challenges down at the lower part of the track, but it was extremely close to P2. How was the run for you today?
Yeah, I think we had some problems in the start curve in both runs, and I think that might cost us a little bit of speed. But down there where the difficulties are, we were good, and I think we're very happy with the first podium of the season.
So there you go. Very dark in Winterberg. The lights shining brightly. We've got women's singles to come and that team relay as well, which is always fun to watch. But what a day in Winterberg. Long and fruitful. Great racing, dramatic racing. We'll see you tomorrow. But for now, from all of us, till tomorrow, bye-bye.
Selina, Lara, Gratulation, unglaublicher Lauf und auch Start in die Saison. Ihr seid wieder am Podium. Es ist anscheinend wie letzte Saison, es geht weiter mit einem harten Kampf gegen das deutsche Team Degenhard-Rosenthal.
Ja, ich glaube, genauso wie wir es haben, das pusht uns, glaube ich, gegenseitig ein bisschen. Wir sind mega happy mit unserem zweiten Platz. Die Läufe waren heute nicht ganz clean, also da ist definitiv noch was drinnen. Start bin ich positiv überrascht heute. Ich glaube, ich kann mir zufrieden sein im Großen und Ganzen.
Ihr habt gesagt, im ersten Lauf ist es nicht so gut gelungen. Der zweite Lauf ist dann doch ein bisschen besser gewesen und hat fürs Podium ja gereicht. Was habt ihr denn verändert zwischen den Läufen?
Ja, wir haben seit dem Training ein bisschen Probleme in der Elfer. Immer zu spät in die 12 ein und danach wird es eben knapp im Labyrinth. Und eben jetzt haben wir uns nach dem ersten Lauf nochmal mit dem Trainer in Ruhe nochmal angeschaut, ein bisschen die Linie verändert und anscheinend hat es funktioniert. Das werden wir jetzt morgen genauso machen.
Danke, Gratulation. Dankeschön.
Danke, Gratulation. Gratulation zum Podium hier in Winterberg beim ersten Weltcup. Wir haben gesehen, es ist eine herausfordernde Strecke. Ihr habt auch oben ein bisschen Probleme gehabt. Wie war das Rennen für euch?
Ja, ganz genau. In beiden Läufen leider in der Startkurve ein bisschen Probleme gehabt. Aber wir haben uns da nicht rausbringen lassen und haben dann den Rest vom Lauf gut runterzaubert. Und ich glaube, wir können recht zufrieden sein mit dem Saisonstart da in Winterberg.
Es ist ja eigentlich kein Olympic Qualifier, aber wir sind ja noch mal hier, dann zählt es auch wirklich für die Olympischen Spiele. Was nehmt ihr mit von diesem Wochenende?
Auf jeden Fall Erfahrung. Also Material haben wir die Woche viel getüftelt. Auf den kann man jetzt gut aufbauen. Und natürlich haben wir jetzt schon einen guten Stand auf der Bahn. Wir haben einen Protestplatz und deswegen nehmen wir da sicher viel mit und sind top motiviert beim nächsten Rennen in Winterberg.
Danke. Das konnte man lesen. Gratulation zum Sieg hier in Winterberg, erster Weltcup. Wir haben gesehen, es ist eine schwierige Strecke gewesen, es hat so einige Probleme gegeben. Wie war der Lauf für euch?
Ja, ich glaube, die Zuschauer daheim und die Familie, die haben es wieder spannend gehabt und es war wieder ein zaches Rennen. Aber ich meine, am Ende haben wir es geschafft, dass wir da durchgetroffen haben und ich meine, das zählt und es ist einfach unglaublich, so in die Saison zu starten, so in die Olympiasaison zu starten. Und wir sind einfach nur froh.
Angesprochen die Olympiasaison, wir sind ja im Jänner nochmal hier, dann zählt es auch für die olympische Qualifikation. Was nehmt ihr mit? Ändert ihr am Setup vielleicht noch irgendwas oder wie geht ihr raus aus diesem Wochenende?
Also Winterberg ist für uns immer relativ schwierig. In den Trainings haben wir oft sehr große Probleme. Zum Rennen schaffen wir es dann zum Glück meistens relativ zwei solide Läufe anzuziehen. Wir wissen, wo wir arbeiten müssen in der neuen und vor allem im Labyrinth, da muss es passen. Es ist einfach extrem schnell da unten und sehr eng. Deswegen da muss man einfach sauber durchtreffen und natürlich am Start weiterarbeiten. Das sind eigentlich so die großen Baustellen.
Ja,